Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. We are doing the energetics of the glands. And, back in July, we did the nervous system and, the energetic components of it and how the energy body impacts the nervous system and vice versa. Then we did the immune system with different colored energies and things like that back in September. And here we're hitting the glands. And so these three systems are, you could say, like part of a bigger system that, it's the three of them working together. And they're the systems that also have a memory. And, they pretty much impact all the other physiological functions. And when you look at the glands are basically like the chakras of the body, right? The chakras do something in the energy body, but the glands are its counterpart in the physical form. And so what happens with the glands really dictates what happens not just to the body, but also it is your some of your thought processes. A lot of times we think that we're like thinking something up or conjuring something when really it's the endocrine system generating a set of responses and then communicating that with the nervous system. And so part of the issue with the glands is it's also tied to your will, like your ability to get up and move is, yes, it's the nervous system, but like part of like how you figure out what to do and what to move and how to move and everything is this interaction between the glands and the nervous system. And you could say the quality or the function of the glands, you could say it dictates the health of the body, but a lot of times when we're in a negative like state, like say we're super stressed out, part of what's happening is it's not the nerves that are impacting the health, it's the glands that are impacting the health. It's the glands that are making the body not do so good. It's the glands making inflammatory responses happen. It's the glands that, cause degeneration or, issues in the gut or whatever it might be. And so we go to the situation where for the longest time, people talk about the psychosomatic response, and I would say that response is massively misunderstood. um for one, it implies that people are doing these things intentionally to themselves, and they're not. But yes, like psychosomatic means you're thinking about something and then it's hitting the somatic nerves. You're taking some sort of action, or and I would say, yeah, there's a part of that. But I've said before in the past, I was contracted 3 different times to map out the psychosomatic response, and each time I would start and then I stopped and I just gave the money back to the therapy groups that had me do it. And it, for one, it was not going to look like anything that they thought it was going to look like. And two, it's way more complex than it's complex, but it's not. But it really boils down to more of the quality or the function of the glands. And it's not so much about how each gland is working. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about this overall, like, kind of quality that is reflected in the glands. And this quality directly impacts the chakras, and the chakras directly impact the glands, right? And so to go at it from a symptomatic point of view really doesn't shift or change anything, because a lot of times what we're calling like psychosomatic is really the glands are shutting down a little bit, like they're not functioning like they should. It's not that the person's thinking something negative, or they have these feelings, or they're acting out something, whatever's happening is starting to shut down the glands, and the glands aren't functioning or communicating like they should. And so once you have that realization, undoing psychosomatic things becomes easy because you have the key. The key is just improve the function of the glands, and not, again, it's like if you have a thyroid issue, it doesn't mean that that's what's happening, or you have an adrenal issue, that's not what's happening. It just means you have a thyroid issue or an adrenal issue, right? For whatever reason. This aspect that I'm talking about, where it's like the quality of the body, the quality of the mind, the quality of the energy body, has to do with this like overall activation of the glands and the overall communication of the glands. And so to be specific to each of the glands, it can be helpful, but like if the glands aren't functioning well, like they're very slow to communicate. Like, so if there's a stimuli that comes in, it takes a while for the endocrine system to go, oh, this is what we're going to do, right? So it's slow to get started, but when you're trying to break a pattern in the endocrine system, it's also slow to break that pattern. So if you have a healthy pattern, it kind of stays stable, right? But if the glands start to diminish, it starts to become easier and easier for the body to get chaotic and, have health issues and things of this nature. And I'm not saying that the endocrine system's all the health issues, but it plays a role, right? It definitely plays a role. And I can remember when I was younger, some bad event would happen. Somebody would be, I don't know, really negative or really mean to me, or, hurt my feelings or whatever. As a kid, like who knows what was happening. And all of a sudden, like looking back in the moment, I didn't realize it, but looking back, all of a sudden, my glands started acting differently. Like certain glands would shut down, certain glands would start to become overactivated, like the adrenals would get super overactivated, my immunity would go down. A lot of inflammation would start happening in the body. All these things were reflective of endocrine function, or the function of the glands. And so external events can very much impact your glands, but also like your inner sense can also affect the glands as well. But you're impacted quite substantially by your interactions with people in the environment, on a glandular level. And so when the glands become diminished, certain processes in your body just go kind of haywire, and your glands are also not communicating like they usually do. Like the glands communicate a lot. That's why it's very hard to treat something symptomatically in the endocrine system. It's better to like kind of tone the whole system and then treat something specific. So it's very different than treating other systems. And so instead of going gland by gland, we're looking at the overall glandular system and jump starting it for different things that could be a stumbling block for the glands to diminish. And we're going to also be practicing a little bit of meditation with this. And so, like some of the other classes, this is going to be a really slow roll. We're going to take our time going through and doing it. We'll talk it out. And I want you to experience, like, as you shift something in the glands. Now, keep in mind that the glands don't shift quickly. So most likely what will start to happen is you'll start to feel the effects of this weekend, maybe in a few days. You'll feel good, like kind of immediately, but you'll feel even better as a little bit of time goes by. And so, anyway, keep that in mind. So what I'd like you to do is just notice this is like a hard one because it's like, notice how you feel, but like if you've been feeling a particular way for a while, we say like, oh, think of a situation, think of this, think of that. But the root of it is, if you're not feeling good when you think of the relationship or the person around you, you're doing it through those eyes, right? And then if you think of the situation at work or the difficulty or looking at the news or something like that, it's like you're looking at it through those eyes. With this class, it's more about changing your eyes than changing or shifting something with that person or with the news or the thing at work or the goal that you're having a hard time achieving. It's more about the eyes that look out at all these things, right? I hope that makes sense. But if you're not in a great place, you look at all those situations, you're like, but if you're in a little bit of a better place, like you see hope in the situation, or you see potential, or you see like, I just need to walk away from this because you're in a better place, right? And so this is more about changing and shifting that, like the quality of your, I don't want to say consciousness. Oh, what's a great way of saying it? Like your being. You could say it's like the quality of your experience. Like if the glands are working well and somebody's being really kind of crappy to you, you're like, they're having a bad day, right? But if your glands aren't doing good, you're like, oh, how could they do this to me? Like it's harder to shake things off. And so, you could say in a way, this helps you to kind of roll with the punches, so to speak. And not just roll with the punches, but it's almost like the punches stop being punches. Like they just start being like, oh, that person's having a weird day. But when your glands aren't functioning as well, just think about it like this. Think about if somebody came and asked you a favor when you were feeling great and you were well rested versus when you're tired and fatigued and you're just trying to make it to the end of the day. And they ask you for that same favor. The first one might be yes or no. Yeah, I could totally do that. Or no, I got stuff going on. But at the end, you kind of start tweaking a little bit, right? You're almost like on the verge of like, don't snap, right? Because you're exhausted. That is like in a nutshell the way the glands are. When the glands are functioning well, somebody comes up or life throws you a curveball, you're like, oh yeah, I can handle this, I can do this, I could totally do this. When the glands are shut down a little bit, not communicating well, they're a bit depleted, and something comes your way and it's like, again, or you get upset or you snap or whatever it is. And so you can almost say that times where you're getting triggered or you're getting upset, it's a glandular issue. Like we think of it as like emotions or mind, but you go through and process it and you go, I processed it, I sat with it, I talk about it, it still happens. It's because it's physiological. It's part of your physiological response that also makes up the mind, but going through and processing it doesn't do it, because it's not about a story, it's not about an incident, it's about a state, a quality of where your body's at. And so if you think about like what we talk about in the three brains and the active clairvoyance, we talk about this dynamic activity and movement, and it's more about essence. Here it's about the state, right? It's about the form. It is about the logical mind. It is about the quality of the logical mind. It's how the mind processes information and applies itself. So yes, it goes to the past and past experiences and all these kinds of things, but bottom line is the logical mind is heavily impacted by endocrine function, like heavily impacted by endocrine function. So you could almost gauge somebody's mental, like logical mind activity by the quality of the communication and activation of the glands, right? So what we're doing is we're stimulating the glands this weekend and activating the glands to a much higher degree. So this will make the chakras all function better, makes your energy better, makes the logical mind function better, makes it able to process and be a bit more flexible, able to cognitively process information on a much higher degree. And so let's just say, like, look around at some of the things going on with you so that you can see the difference as we go through and treat, right? You're really treating like how you see things rather than what you're looking at, but still kind of just take a moment and reflect on things going on in your life. Okay, so we're going to jump to, you need either frankincense, lemon verbena, myrrh, patchouli, endocrine support, frankincense and myrrh, lavender complex, three wise men. You just need something out of that.
If you got the kit, you got patchouli.
Yeah, patchouli, you got frankincense, and you got myrrh.
Oh yeah, you got all three. And the preference of which one?
They're all good. I would pick Mo. Eeny, meeny, miny, Mo. Okay, and first, even just notice the quality of your mind. Like, is your mind being a monkey mind? Is it real busy? Is it real quiet? Are you feeling a little confused? A little disoriented? Very clear? And just begin inhaling the oil. You're not even going to follow a pattern at first. Just begin inhaling the oil. And then just be still. And then again, take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. And we haven't even done a pattern yet. We really haven't done anything other than inhale the oil a few times. But look at the same things you did just a minute ago, just a few minutes ago. And can you notice like they look a little different? Maybe they don't, but things start to shift just by working with one of these oils because you're starting to shift your glands a little bit. So we're going to do a pattern now. So you're going to use the same oil you're using. Your awareness is on your forehead where the hairline is. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still for a moment. Just pause. Begin inhaling with your awareness on your brain. Both sides of your brain, the front, the middle, the back side of your brain, your whole brain. Long, slow, deep breath. And then your crown, which is the top of your head. And then just pause and be still. Your front solar plexus, taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. That area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. And now move your awareness to the back heart, which is hard in the booklet. We gotta correct that. I made a mistake. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. And then move your awareness to the low back, the main men, the backside of your navel. And then just pause and be still. Let's go ahead and do that one again. Begin inhaling your forehead. Which one are you? Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the forehead. And then move your awareness to the brain. And then the top of your head, the crown. Just be still. Hmm. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus. And then your back heart. And then just be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Your awareness is on the low back area, the Mingmen. And then just pause and let go. You could say, like what we're doing in this one particular process is you're improving the quality of communication between the glands. Just be still for a moment. You don't. Yeah. You kind of went through a little.
Yes.
So, as simple as this protocol is, it's very potent. And so here we're doing communication with the glands. The next piece that we're going to do is what triggers the glands, like the stimuli, and does it trigger it in a good way or in a negative way? We're not done with what we're just doing right now, but I want us to kind of process this. So share experiences, or let's ask questions. You can unmute yourself or type in.
Namaste, Zakia.
Hey, Zakia.
How are you?
Good, good.
Is there any benefit to, so when we start a protocol, you list the single oils or oil blends to choose from. Is there any benefit to starting one cycle with one oil and switching up to use another? So I start.
You could. I mean, that's a
Okay.
good point. They all do slightly different things. They're all targeting the same idea, but they are a little bit different. I mean, I do tend to do that, but I don't necessarily do it in one sitting, but like for a while, frankincense is my jam, right? And then a little while later I'll go, I'm all about patchouli. And then I'll do myrrh or three wise men or something. And so I mix it up just because I want the full spectrum effect.
Right,
They're all doing it. Like you know what I mean? They're all doing it, but they do have like little like nuances that are unique to each of the oils.
But
And
we shouldn't do it in the same sitting.
no, you totally could.
Oh, okay.
No, yeah, you totally could. Like I never like, because once I start doing the process, I'm laying down. I'm not getting up to get another oil. I'm going into the oil, and then I'm probably going to take a nap.
Right.
And so you totally could. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Trace.
Hey, Miss Tracy.
Sorry, I couldn't hit the button quick enough. So, boy, I could so totally see how when somebody hurts your feelings, then because it's almost like clockwork, somebody really hurts your feelings, and then the next day your glands hurt, or
Yeah, you have
just
a direct correlation, and you could almost say the level or degree that they hurt your feelings also is based on the quality of the function of the glands. Like if your glands are feeling good and strong and communicating well, you're like, yeah, that hurts my feelings, but you know, they're going through a difficult time, or da 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 da, or you know, it's their perspective. But when the glands maybe aren't working so great, you're like, ugh, 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 ugh. You know, I remember the there was one situation. It wasn't even that important of a situation, and somebody, I don't know, they just said something like snotty to me, and it's like, you know, I'm pretty thick skinned, I think, usually, but like it just really, like, I couldn't shake it. I was like, why is this bothering me so much? And like, you know, I was doing all the mental processes, like it's because of this, it's because of that, it's because of the past, it's because of something from my childhood. And then it dawned on me, I wonder what my glands are at like right now. And I went through and scanned, and they were a little bit depleted. And so I just did frankincense and myrrh. I just took a whole bunch internally, and I did it, you know, twice in about, I don't know, 2 hours. All of a sudden that didn't hurt my feelings anymore. You know, it kind of sucked. They were a little snotty, but it wasn't like it got me to the bone. It's just like, okay, they're being whatever. And you know, basically what was happening in that situation really had nothing to do with me, but they were concerned about my opinion. So they said something snotty to kind of like put me in my place. So like, whatever your opinion is, it's not valid or whatever. And it was just like kind of out of the blue. And I was like, that was weird. And when the glands were in a better place, I realized like that's their issue. Like, it had nothing to do with me. Like it just is what I said. Like, it's just, you know, I had no influence over the situation. It's not like I was judging something, but they were afraid I was going to judge it. And so um it is what it is. Like, you know, so like anytime where your thoughts or your feelings are really like chaotic, go to the glands. Just go to the glands. Just, you know, as much, you know, I've been doing therapy for ages. So, you know, there's times where we go back to childhood and we work on these things, or we go back to traumatic events, or we look at behavioral patterns and everything. And one of the easier ways to treat something is the glands. It's a harder system to treat, but it produces a better result. And I've watched people over the years like get ill over, not just because the glands weren't functioning well, but it made the mind they really weren't willing to make a lot of effort in particular areas of their life, and they would just double down on whatever negative thing was going on in their life, and they just like defended it to the point where it made them very ill, you know. And the game changer, if you're able to get them to do treatment, like you can do all kinds of treatments, but if you can regulate the glands, you literally kind of pull them out of it a little bit, and then it becomes easier to treat. It's just sometimes it's hard to keep him in treatment even for just a little tiny bit, you know. People get
So,
attached to their ideas or their opinions, and even shifting the glands, they're like, I don't know about that, like, you know, because it doesn't fit what they've committed to.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it kind of goes hand in hand with what I used to refer to as an emotional hangover. Like when you have
Yeah.
a big
Yeah, sure.
fight with somebody, and then the
Yeah.
next day you're just like, "Whoa," you know.
Yeah.
Um,
Part of that is it's your glands went, you know, went a little haywire, a little nuts. Yeah,
And,
that's exactly what that emotional hangover is.
and something else. I have a friend that likes to do ecstasy, and
Mhm.
I've watched her, and afterwards, that same kind of pattern is there. Like it just
Yeah,
over the adrenals just plummet.
it does like a temporary elevation of, it stimulates certain, it doesn't stimulate the glands as a whole, but it stimulates certain glandular like effects. And then when it comes down, then the adrenal or the endocrine system is depleted. Yeah,
Ah,
that's a big
okay.
thing with ecstasy.
Yeah.
Also with mushrooms and LSD and things like that, it can really make the glands fluctuate. Yeah,
Wow. Very interesting. Thank you, Greg.
yeah.
And go ahead.
Hey, Laura.
Hi, I'm asking a question about what you said earlier, because it resonated with what you've taught previously in terms of the internal frankincense and myrrh. And I remember, and I've been taking it, but I'm not right at the moment. I think you had 3 to 4 drops of like, 3 wise men during.
Yeah, Three Wise Men. We also did a blend that was just frankincense and myrrh, like Three Wise Men's, like basically a bunch of different kinds of frankincense and a couple kinds of myrrh, where frankincense and myrrh is just one frankincense, one myrrh. But even just frankincense or myrrh by themselves, it will like strengthen and jumpstart the glands, the endocrine system as a whole. Like it makes them function better, makes them start communicating better. It just jumpstarts things. And so, I kind of have a joke around the office that like when I take my frankincense and myrrh, I use Three Wise, but I'm a better person. I didn't feel like a bad person, but I just feel like there's an inner like positive feeling that's there that stressful things happen and I'm just like where I would still probably handle it relatively positive, but I'd be like, ugh, there's a problem. It really is almost like night and day when the glands are really functioning well. How you handle things to where they're not functioning well, you just don't handle things very well. You
So
just,
basically, this is just good preventative medicine.
it's good preventative medicine. It's good for overall health. It slows the aging process. It makes your energy body function better. It helps you to shake things off better. I mean, there's so many reasons why to do it. And it's a thing that kind of flies under the radar because endocrine systems, even for modern medicine, it's hard to treat. It's not always straightforward. And part of it is when you just look at a particular gland and its function, you can produce a result, but sometimes the issue is like the whole system is a little bit off. And when you treat the whole system, it becomes easier to even treat specific glands that, the adrenals or the thyroid or the pancreas or, whatever it is, becomes a little bit easier. And you'll notice
So,
that the quality of your mind and your feelings are in a much better place when the glands are functioning better.
so how many drops? I mean, is there a daily thing or is there an
I would do
accelerated?
4 or 5 drops. A lot of times we say like, oh, maybe take 1 or 2 drops or 2 or 3 drops. You could do 4 or 5, and you could even do that twice. With frankincense and myrrh. Like, I'm not telling anybody else to do this, but when I do my dosage, I do 8 drops at a time, and I usually do it twice a day. So, I mean, you could do like bigger dosages. You don't need to do that for a super long time, but I'll be doing it for a while and then I feel pretty good and then I stop doing it because I feel pretty good and usually not feeling good is the motivating factor, at least, for everybody, especially me. And so, I try to do prevention, but I get busy, I stop thinking about it. If it's not right in front of me on the coffee table, I won't do it. And so when I do it, I do like a kind of a big jump start, and then I'll work it for like a week or so, and then I forget about it, and then in a couple of weeks I'm like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to do that thing. But you know
Thank you.
yeah, like consistently is probably best, but realistically we usually are a little bit sporadic with it. So if you're being sporadic, you can bump the dosage up a little bit.
Great, thank you.
You bet.
And go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
Hi.
Hey.
I use the Three Wise Men,
Mhm.
and I couldn't get a drop out of the bottle.
Mhm.
And I finally had to take the thing out, this thing, I don't know if you can see it, but it looks like it's dried up in it. And
Yeah,
so
they're resin, so sometimes they get a little like they kind of go back to their resinous state. And so the trick with that is like heat up a cup of water like you're going to do tea, and then just set the bottle inside, make sure the cap is closed, but set the bottle inside the hot water for like a minute or two, and it will liquefy it all up again.
it will what now at the end?
Liquefy it. Like it will make it more liquid again.
Oh, so I had to take that out, and then I just poured it in my hand, and it's sticky. And
Yep, it's a resin. Yeah.
okay, so I just put the whole bottle, cover it with hot water.
Yeah, but make sure the cap is on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Do you-
usually just put it like make a teacup, and then I set it in the teacup for a while, and then after a couple minutes I pull it out.
yeah. Okay. My daughter started using oils,
Oh, nice.
and she had and I don't know what you call it, a machine. I want to call it an atomizer, but it's something, it's a different word. You don't, and we looked through all your stuff there that you had listed on how to use the oils.
Mhm.
And what all it said was put some drops in some hot water. Do you not use the machine? Is that too much?
Diffuser? Are you talking about a diffuser? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, there's a little section on diffusers.
Oh, we looked through it and we missed it.
Oh,
Okay.
Samantha said it might not have been in our thing. We'll look it up and we'll see.
Okay. So is it,
Frankincense and myrrh is not good to use in diffusers though, just because of the same thing that happened with your bottle.
yeah.
It's too thick and too like the oil's too viscous, and so it usually doesn't do well in a diffuser.
Well, is that just according to this particular oil, or do all the oils do that eventually?
No, no, it's because these are resins. Yeah.
Resins.
Yeah.
And is it the only bottle that has resin in it?
Well, frankincense is a resin and myrrh is a resin, so it's they're what they are is a resin. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not likely I'll run into this in any of my other oils.
There's a handful. Let me think about what would that be. Vetiver can do that sometimes. Frankincense, Peru balsam we treat, so it doesn't do that. Benzoin, I think it's okay. Vetiver, anything else jump out at you? Fir balsam absolute, like an absolute sometimes has the issue. Mimosa has that issue as well. But other than that, there might be one or two that I'm not recalling right now.
Okay, so I don't have to order a new bottle. I
No,
just put
just
hot
liquefy.
water.
No, just liquefy.
Okay. Oh, the endocrine support is now, I kind of missed what the first question was, but the endocrine support and the frankincense and myrrh, do they do similar stuff?
Yeah, yeah, they'll do very similar things.
So, okay. But you said you mix them up sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah, sure.
All right, I answered. Oh, did you answer about the atomizer? That I'm saying the wrong word. You said it.
Yeah, I don't know the question.
Since it's put out into the air, you're breathing it constantly.
Mhm.
I mean, like if you put it on at night and you breathe that, the question was, is it too much?
No, that was a
This,
diffuser. No, no,
I
you're
gotta write
pretty
that word
good.
diffuser down. I keep forgetting it. Okay, thank you.
You're so welcome.
When we first started the process, I felt a blockage in my throat. What could that imply? It's almost gone now.
I mean, energetically, that's like lower mind. Sometimes it's just energy coming out. Could be like stress or worry, something like that. Also could be shifting, and most likely it might be something to do with the thyroid. Yeah, so my first guess would be thyroid, but it could be, any variation of that, especially when you're shifting things and the mind's involved. A lot of times where we expel it out is the throat. I clean my throat every day because of that. Like, it's just like as you're working with intuition, or you're shifting your mind or changing perceptions, or it comes out the throat. So for me, I'm constantly like, gotta get this day off of me, whatever it is. And so I'll go through and clean it up. Yeah.
How frequently should we do this part for maintenance?
I would do it daily, to be honest with you. Daily might not work into the schedule, so like maybe at least 2 or 3 times a week, but do from time to time, try to do it daily for like a couple of weeks.
I definitely have had my monkey issues. Most of the time I
Mhm.
try to meditate. At the point I was considering asking for an oil suggestion from you. I noticed that today's session, it got quieter than usual. I am starting to suspect that doing this regularly might
Yeah.
quiet my
Yeah.
primates.
Yeah, when they say quiet mind primates.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that. That's funny. Yes, some of the chatter in the mind can be neurological, and some of it can be endocrine, and the endocrine and the nervous system work together. Like what we call the mind is the endocrine system functioning through the nervous system. So if you quiet both of them down, a lot of times the monkey mind, or the, what do you call it, the primates, the mind primates, calm down. And so it's not that it changes the mind. It like when the mind quiets down, the mind gets to be more of what it is or who it is. It's like it becomes smarter because it's not dealing with all the chatter. And so it's like a way to almost instantaneously improve memory, improve cognitive functions, and improve the ability to express, because the mind just gets quieter. And so it becomes more relaxed. And so it's able to interact more in the present, where when the chatter is happening, it's really still reacting to things in the past. And the thing that we're going to do here just in a little bit is to even play with ways of calming down how the glands get triggered and how it goes into monkey mind. And so this is a way to stimulate everything so you just kind of blow past it. But I would say, especially if it's endocrine related, that if the mind is monkey mind or doing something or busy or has a hard time focusing, it will improve even just by the end of the day today.
They said the chatter is definitely about the past and
Yeah.
distracts from future
Yeah.
and present.
Chatter always is about the past, or worse. For me, I always find this to be the worst one for myself, is the what ifs, the should haves, the what ifs, the worry about, what could happen, whatever. You're almost like you're anticipating something, but you're anticipating it based on your past experiences. And so I can remember the first few times, like, certain situations, like, it's almost like this, like, triggered response. And then I was like, okay, I know this is going to happen. So da 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 da. And so what started happening was I'm like, I'm just going to be quiet and just let it play out. And then it wouldn't play out. And then I was like, wait, I was expecting, I was anticipating this thing to be a particular way. And then I started noticing I just have this conditioned response. And I went through the whole body, like I went through the nervous system. I went through a bunch of psychological things. I was trying to root this out. And I mean, endocrine system was the last thing on my radar. This is many years ago. And when I treated the endocrine system, I was like, oh, all this time it's the thing that I don't even pay attention to. And so think of it like this. Remember when, like, something bad would happen, be it an injury or something, and you were young and you could just shake it off. And then as you got older, it became a little harder to shake it off. And then as you got a little older, it got a little harder to shake it off. It's just like, ugh, the effect is. And so you could say for a while, like, youth kind of backs you up. You make some bad decisions and you're able to shake it off real easy because you're young. Like, you're young, you're vibrant, you shake it off, you move on, you don't really think twice about it. But you make that same mistake, 20 years later, and it's like, oh, this is so bad, this is so devastating, this is so embarrassing, fill in the blank, right? Because youth's not backing you up like it used to. What we call youth very much could be the quality of the glands. And if you improve the quality of the glands, that thing that happens 20 years later, you shake it off a little bit like when you were younger. Like, might not be completely like that, but you are changing the aging process. You're changing the effects on your body. You're changing the effects on your mind. You're changing the quality of the emotions. You're just shifting all of that. And a lot of it is how well they communicate and how strong or stimulated they are. And when I say stimulated, it doesn't mean like when you drink a bunch of espresso or caffeine and you're all like jittery. Stimulation in the body means functioning to a higher level of efficiency. Like, it's functioning to like a higher level of capacity of whatever that organ or gland is able to do. Like, when it's diminished, it's not it's functioning at like 20%. So if you give it a stimulant, it makes it like specific to that gland or organ, it makes it function better. It's not like giving it caffeine, it's like, okay, you be a better liver, you be a better adrenal, you be a better. And so that doesn't necessarily mean pedal to the metal. It means it's active when it should be active, it's calm when it should be calm, it communicates when it should communicate. Where if they're not functioning well, it's just kind of chaotic. Yeah, it does what it can do. I mean, think about when you're tired, you're like, I'm going to do this, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this, but I'm going to be really aggressive about it because I want it done really quick. Like, you start thinking about like your behavior when you're tired. That's your glands talking. Fatigue can be immune related, but still, even like when you get tired, part of how you deal with fatigue is on your glands. You know, the first thing that starts to happen, you start producing low level adrenaline to offset the fatigue. So right there, at some point, you start to get a little tired, a little fatigued, a little burned out. Your glands are the thing that push you forward, right? That's why they're tied to the will. They'll keep you doing something that you wouldn't be able to do otherwise, you know.
Lucinda, did you have a question?
Hey, Lucinda, how are you?
Oh, that was a mistake. I didn't mean to bump it. Sorry. I'm
So
just
now you're gonna have
listening.
to tell me a story. You're on, so you gotta tell me a story.
Well, actually, I'm just getting out of the car to walk into an audition. So,
Oh, there you go.
that's a good story.
Yeah, that's a very good story.
Triggering in
Good
those
luck with
glands.
that.
Thank you. I'll check back in probably an
How are
hour.
your adrenals right now? Are they nice and
Uh, Actually, a lot calmer than normal. So I'm happy with
Oh,
that.
good. Good.
So sorry about the intrusion. Talk to you
Well,
soon.
good luck.
Thank you.
I think you interrupted us so we could just wish you good luck.
Break a leg.
Well, that means a lot.
Yeah.
And now I feel even more energized and calm. So thank you. See you soon.
Okay.
Go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hi, so when you were just describing, giving information, it made me think I have a friend with fibromyalgia or chronic fatigue. So this would be a
Yeah.
real simple place to start.
So like on a few different levels. So one, chronic fatigue fibromyalgia, usually there is depletion of the glands. And two is the myrrh helps with pain and inflammation. Frankincense helps with inflammation and is a bit of an anti-inflammatory. So giving them the frankincense myrrh combination also will reduce inflammation in the body. It takes some of the tension out of the body. It makes the body a little bit less reactive to stimuli, because also some of the issue with chronic fatigue fibromyalgia is the like hyperreactivity in the immune system and in certain parts of the nervous system. And frankincense and myrrh does calm that stuff down. So it would go beyond just the glands. It is one of the ways of treating some of the chronic fatigue fibromyalgia.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey.
Frankincense and myrrh was the gift that was given to Christ when he was born. I'm just curious what you would say about how did they use it and what was it for? Is it the same thing? Is it in general just takes care of everything?
It doesn't take care of everything, but it definitely helps with the glands. But part of why they gave it to Christ is, they gave him frankincense, myrrh, and gold. And, hard to say that's exactly what they, that really happened, or if that was teaching, because there is a process that you do with frankincense and myrrh with the energy body, and, partially with your glands. But it's tied to a little bit of what we're going to do a little bit next, but you would do it a bit more specifically with frankincense and myrrh, and it produces gold in the energy body. So it's a way to rapidly synthesize gold in the energy body to make the body more conductive to spiritual energy. And so the idea that they bring this to somebody who's born that's a great teacher is, even a great teacher has to temper the body to be able to handle like high levels of spiritual energy. And so one of the ways to do that is the use of frankincense and myrrh. That's why, there's a lot of different traditions that burn frankincense and myrrh, or frankincense, or, some version of that. you know, in their ceremonies in the church and the temples. It's all kind of based on that idea. Taking it internally is helpful, but there's actually a process that you go through and do with frankincense and myrrh that rapidly produces the golden body and helps circulate energy through the body. So it balances out the energy centers very, very quickly.
Is that part of the three wise men, the gold? How does that work?
The
Is
gold's
that
produced in the process. Like if you take frankincense and myrrh, it does accelerate it a bit, but you would have to do a process. Yeah.
oh? So what is in the three wise men? It's frankincense and myrrh.
It's several types of frankincense and a few types of myrrh.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like
Okay.
probably 7 or 8 types of frankincense and a couple types of myrrh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
To do it daily, we have a couple different questions. Will we do it as a slow roll, like segment 1?
You could do it like as you go to bed, or I would say probably do it a little bit later in the day, just because it's usually can be a bit relaxing. When I take it internally, I do it right off the bat in the morning, but if I do the inhalation thing, I do it at night. And so doing the inhalation, I would say spend 15 minutes doing it. You know, like if you go through and do the cycles kind of quickly, it works. But if you slow them down and just do it once, but really slow, it's actually deeper. And so depends where you're at. Like, you know, sometimes you just do it and you're like, I'm gonna do this when I'm going to bed. Like I'm tired, I don't. But if you have the time and you can just really, you know, do it slow, I would do it slow. Like, you know, but it doesn't have to be a big ordeal, like 10-15 minutes.
I think this is more referring to like a frankincense, myrrh, or the three wise men.
Mhm.
Daily for inhalation, and how frequently do we do the 4 drops or 4 to 8 drops? Twice daily, or do we do both?
You could do both. I would do at least once a day, but if you're really being serious about treating and strengthening the glands, I would do it morning and night.
How do you clean your throat?
I inhale either cypress, basil, or eucalyptus with my awareness of my throat. Sometimes if I'm feeling fancy, I use aloes. I'm smiling because last night I used aloes. So I was like, apparently last night I was feeling fancy.
I've been doing the adrenal support from
Oh,
the
excellent.
angel class
Yeah,
3,
yeah.
4 times a week. And that's also been very helpful.
Yeah. And again, perfect example of what we're going to be playing into is if you look at the blend for the adrenal support, like symptom oriented treatment, hardly any of it is for the adrenals, right? But when you do the combination, you're treating something in the body that then is much more fortifying to the adrenals than just stimulating the adrenals. Like you're kind of doing this idea of like you're looking big picture and then trying to manifest it into a particular spot. And so the adrenal support, I think I've told you guys in that class that it's what I used to use for people who had been traumatized, like car accident or something like that. Shortly after that, it's usually a little ways afterwards, like a month out or something, they start to have a lot of fatigue. It's what I would use to treat the fatigue and would pull them right out of the adrenal fatigue.
Can you take adrenal support internally?
It's probably better topically, but let me look it up and I'll tell you exactly if it's good or. you can totally take it.
Is there a substitute for myrrh?
No, not really. Yeah, myrrh is just, yeah.
Is the myrtle supreme the same as myrrh?
No, myrtle is a different kind of tree.
What's in myrtle supreme?
All the different myrtles: red myrtle, green myrtle, regular myrtle, aniseed myrtle, lemon myrtle, and the super fancy honey myrtle.
What general instances would we use adrenal support if we are in good health?
Fatigue or periods of stress.
Someone's asking, is the frankincense and myrrh oil blend on the website?
Yes. It is, like I thought we put it up for.
Just frank and myrrh. Double check though.
Yeah.
I don't have proper here.
Yeah, we'll check, but we get special orders for that all the time. So I think it's
But as a reminder, guys, the three wise men is
frankincense and myrrh. Yeah.
good questions. Thanks for your shares, guys.
Okay, let's take a break and we're going to come back and we're going to do a piece after this that won't involve oils. So we'll come back at 10 till. Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Now, this next little piece, we're going to practice for a while and then we're going to come back around and do it with the oils. But in the meditation that we call Lama Yoga, which is something that we've done in some of these classes, and if you've done any of the things with the Astara, it's there. You're doing a thing where you're inhaling through your nose with your head up, and then you're exhaling down. And the breath does something that we can talk about or talk about later, whatever. But the part that I want to talk about right now is after you've done a series of these breaths, this turtle breath, then you practice sustained awareness. You practice stillness, and you put your awareness at first on your body. And the reason that you're doing this is you're training your mind, but you're also training your endocrine system. And we always say, like, okay, put your awareness on your body, put your awareness like where, like, there's some agitation, there's something, there's an ache, there's a pain, there's a tightness, something jumps out at you. And basically, these areas are potential triggers that can throw the endocrine system out of whack. Now, handled in a different way, they can actually elevate or strengthen the endocrine system, so your glands. And so the key is you're putting your awareness, you're not trying to manage it, you're not trying to fix it, you're not trying to make it go away. You're just sitting with it until there starts to be some expansion. And in this expansion, your glands are starting to change how they communicate. Right? So at first you're having the pattern that's always there. And sometimes what happens is when we try to control it, when we try to manipulate it, when we try to, I don't know, even when we just get agitated by it, it actually starts to diminish the function of the glands, not improve the function of the glands. By sitting with it and being non-reactive, you actually elevate the glands, you elevate the mind, you quiet the mind, right? So when you're impacting this, it basically improves the function of all the chakras. When you can sit with these areas in your body and not be reactive, you're actually elevating the function of your energy body. So we're going to do some Lama Yoga, but before we do that, we're going to practice this idea of awareness on the body. right? We've done it in a bunch of processes, but we haven't done like a deep dive on it. So this is what I'd like you to do. Just close your eyes for a moment and just evaluate your body. Let's just start, evaluate your legs, your lower legs, your thighs. Now, evaluate your hips. Where do you feel something in your hips? What jumps out at you the most in your hips? Now do your abdomen, your whole abdomen, from below your ribs all the way down to below your belly button. Now your low back. Pay attention to your low back. What area jumps out at you? Where do you feel tension? Your mid back. Feel your mid back. What area jumps out at you? And then your upper back. Your chest. The tops of your shoulders. Check in with the tops of your shoulders. Where do you feel it the most? And down the arms, from your shoulders down to your fingertips. Where do you feel it the most? The neck, the front, the sides, the back. In your jaws. Where do you feel it in your jaws? Where do you feel it in your face? And then your whole head, your temples, the top of your head, the forehead, the back of the head, the base of the skull. Where do you feel the tension? Okay. Now, let's talk about what we just looked at, right? It's easier to see it in the body than it is in interactions with other people or the environment. But once you see it in the body, it becomes easier to see everywhere. So you're putting your awareness on an area of your body. It might be agitated, it might feel tight, there might be pain in that part of your body. All of these potentially would trigger the endocrine system or the endocrine function, but like not in a good way. It triggers it to go like in a downward spiral. So let's just talk about the mechanics, right? So you're sitting there and you're going, okay, I feel this area that feels agitated or painful or tight, say in your back, your mid back. So you're sitting there and you're putting your awareness on it. And at first it's like, this is agitating. Like I either want to make it go away or I want to like not think about it, right? You want to turn away from it, right? So right there, you could say you're standing at the crossroads, right? Do I sit with this and be able to um, basically allow it to be? And as soon as you allow it to be, it stops controlling you, right? But if you try to manage it, it controls you through what it does to the endocrine system. If you can sit with it, it actually stimulates the endocrine system in a way that is fortifying and makes the endocrine system actually kind of like address it or heal it. But when you try to turn away from it, it actually stimulates it to go into more of a defensive mode, right? So it's a little bit triggering to the adrenals. It's a little bit triggering to the pituitary. It's triggering to certain aspects of the body or the endocrine system. And so in this moment, like, so you're sitting with it and you're like going, okay, I can sit with it. I can be non-reactive to it. And there starts to be almost like a level of peace that comes in. You're harmonizing with your glands in that moment, right? But then if you keep sitting with it, all of a sudden there starts to be expansion. right? It's almost like you forget what you're thinking about, and you expand, and you almost have like a meditative experience where there starts to be expansion, where you are going beyond the logical mind. You're literally walking into the intuitive mind, but your glands, not only are they harmonizing and communicating well, but they're stepping up their game, so to speak. They're becoming better problem solvers. They're becoming more under the control of the intuitive mind, which is directly connected to the soul, right? So you're basically aligning your glands with soul activity. When you're trying to manage it, right, you're using your logical mind, and you're actually aligning the glands with the lower nature, which is those instinctive drives, those being triggered, being agitated, being stressed, being anything that you can think of that's like negative in that area. It's tied more to that defensive mechanism, or the logical side of the mind, or that defensive component, right? So when you're first sitting there and you're going, okay, I'm sitting with this uncomfortable area, this agitated area, this area that my attention's just drawn to. So you're sitting there, you're being quiet, and then you'll start to notice, like, okay, I'm not going into defensive mode, but thoughts are starting to enter my mind, right? Thoughts are starting to enter my mind. That is your endocrine system recalibrating. It's either letting go of some of the past things, or processing it, overcoming it, resolving it, bringing on some sort of reckoning, or just pruning it away and letting it go, right? So the thing is like, as those thoughts arise, you pay attention to them, but it's not something for you to resolve. It's just something that's happening. You're just watching. There's something past it. Like, you want to let that keep playing out until there starts to be an expansion, right? Okay. So what you could say is, what's beginning to happen is you're transitioning from your lower nature to your higher nature. Okay, you're transitioning from lower nature to higher nature in that moment, little steps at a time, right? Now, if you think about being in situations where, with people, like you're interacting with somebody and you're feeling uncomfortable, or, you know, I remember somebody was telling me, one of the students was, I can't remember if it was in person or in a class, but they were like, yeah, I start dating somebody and then I get uncomfortable. It's that same thing, that uncomfortableness. Like, I only like to be alone. I don't like to be around people. Like that is you coming to that same crossroads, but not in the body, it's in the environment, right? So then you go, okay, I feel a little bit uncomfortable here, not because somebody's behaving, it's just something's like triggering me, something doesn't feel comfortable, something from my past. I might be a little tired or fatigued in the adrenal functions, like whatever it is. Like, the person having a hard time making a transition to being able to embrace something that's more spontaneous, rather than just the normal thing that they're doing. So even here, you're transitioning into your higher nature in the situation versus the lower nature. So it could happen in meditation, it could happen with interactions with people, it could be in situations where the unknown is happening and some event, and you're like, I'm not sure what I can do. I can't predict the future. I feel uncomfortable. In that moment, you're potentially transitioning to a higher faculty, rather than just staying driven in the logical mind and your lower nature. So this idea of sitting with things in your body is, for one, a very quick way to heal the body, a very quick way to transform the energy body and the function of the chakras. It's to move away from the lower tendencies of the chakra and cultivate the higher tendencies of the chakra. It's to not wrestle with the lower nature, to make friends with the lower nature, use it as an ally, but you're being driven more by the upper faculties or your higher nature, right? And it's a very quick way to stimulate the intuitive mind. All of this happens because by going through and doing this, you're fortifying and stimulating the glands to function at a higher level, right? So again, this is not about treating something like, oh, I have a thyroid issue. This is about working the glands as a whole, as a unit, right? So this is what I'd like you to do. We're just going to practice this before we even do the Lama Yoga. And then we'll pull it all together. Put your awareness on the area in your body where it jumps out the most. We just did an inventory from the legs, the arms, the torso, the hips, whatever is the one that jumps at you the greatest. Put your awareness on it and just be still. Notice the tendency to want to manipulate it or to turn away from it, run away from it. If you're able to relax into it or just be present with it, notice the thoughts that arise. And stay with it until you start to expand out of it. And if you expand, just try to ride the expansion. Just continue to sit with it. Notice your mind. Are there thoughts? Are you observing the thoughts? Have the thoughts floated away? Okay, shake that up for a moment. How did that feel? Kind of interesting. So if you think about something like pain, for example, like say you have a bad knee or a bad hip, okay, there's pain, there's sensation, but how we react to that pain eventually starts to affect the endocrine system. And so, yes, we try to manage pain, we try to keep it from degenerating, we try to do all the things that we're doing. But if you practice this kind of awareness on it, for one, it improves the glands as it deals with whatever the issue is, the bad back, the bad hip, the bad knee, whatever. And it will actually dissipate the the pain, maybe not immediately, but eventually, and you become uh like less fixated is not the right word, but you know, like when something hurts, it's hard to like move your attention away from it. It makes it easier to move your attention away, which changes the dynamics substantially. Like you're basically generating the glands to help heal that condition, right? You're generating the energy body, which is the chakras, which the glands are directly associated with, to heal this condition. So this idea of practicing this body awareness actually accelerates the healing process for whatever physical issue is going on, even any psychological issue is going on. It improves the function of the chakras and the energy body, and it starts to tap more into the intuitive mind and allows the healing process to happen. The logical mind feels that it needs to make something happen, right? I need to manage this, I need to defend this, I need to do something, where the intuitive mind is like, let the body do what it does, right? Like you're just being, you're not trying to be active. And that is what is known as rest and repair. Like you basically are allowing your body to repair itself, right? So, how's that for you? Okay, so let's go to a different part of your body. You're checking in on it, you're observing it, and you're just sitting. You're still sitting with it. If there's a pattern or an issue that arises, just observe the issue or the pattern. Keep sitting with. Okay. Before we move on, when we start doing other parts of this, let's go ahead and share your experiences or ask a few questions, just so we can kind of process this and be on the same page. So you can unmute or type in.
Go ahead, Christy.
Hey, Miss Christy.
There.
Yeah, I'm gonna see you next week.
I'm so excited,
Yeah, me too.
ready for you guys. It seemed like as I really went into focusing, then another area of pain would try to get my attention.
Mm-hmm,
Like it would like spasm.
mm-hmm.
So it was,
So that could be a couple of things. Most likely it's like pain is very interesting because like it can like be layered in the body, and as you start to unwind like kind of what the primary one is, you start to be more aware of something else that was always there. It was always agitating, but the primary one, the primary pain spot, was often overriding the ability to be aware of these other areas, these other sensations. And so as it dissipates, like it's not that it bounces around, it's like now the primary thing has gone away, and so now you can feel the second primary, the second in control, and then after that one the third, and the fourth. So sometimes that happens, and sometimes it's really wide and it keeps getting narrower and narrower. Like, you know, the primary spots goes from being like this, it gets down to like this, but it's still like kind of a bit of a thing. So there you're getting more to the root cause. So you know, a lot of times we would think our mind is bouncing around and we're trying to get away from something, but what's happening is you're unwinding these layers of pain, that it's going from the primary to the second to the third to the fourth. And so good for you. That means you're dissipating the big primary one.
okay. So do I follow what starts?
Then the next one, great question. So like you kind of let that one play out until you get to the point of expansion. Like, you know, you start to expand. If it gets too overwhelming, but for the other one, then just move to the other one. But you want to get it to a point of like where you're expanding a little bit. You might not get it in the first try if it's something kind of difficult, but you can wait till the expansion and move to the second one. Or if the second one's becoming too distracting, you know, I still try to observe the first one as long as I can, and then like it's like I get to choose when I go to the second one. It doesn't demand me to go. You know what I mean? Like you even want to be non-reactive when you're not on it, if possible. If it gets too overwhelming, then I jump over to it and I just do it. But I still will go back and revisit those things, because sometimes these are things in the body, but sometimes these are results of interactions with the environment where, you know, traumatic things were said, or somebody did something, or you had a bad experience, or, stress, whatever it is. It's usually a little bit more trauma oriented, but it could be a little bit about anything.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. What was your experience? I'm curious.
The first time my brain was still kind of squirrely,
Mhm.
on that first pass. And the second one, it was much easier, but it felt like as I was trying to focus in on the piece, then I would even have like, it was my back shoulder blade, right one. And then I would have like discomfort or feel something happen in the abdomen. So it was kind of bouncing.
Hmm.
And then it went into like the left shoulder blade at the same time. Like they're still kind of pulsing right now.
Hmm. So let me look something up because I'm also curious. Is this, this also plays into the body mapping stuff that we did back in September, and it plays into the body's wisdom, where we take these components and they kind of compile into something. And so for those of you that did the body mapping class back in September, we are going to do a little study group on Monday night, by the way. But let me look something up here because I'm curious. Okay, so abdominal muscles are judgment, and the shoulder blades are like a type of fixation, like the shoulder blades, and if I remember right, the top of the head. So that usually means like being locked into something painful. Like, it's so painful, it's like hard to pull out. Now, it might not be something physical, it could be just like something from the past. And so even by just putting your awareness on the shoulder blades, you're dissipating that fixation so that it allows whatever it is to kind of come up and out. Like you're basically like breaking it loose or letting it like flow. And my experience is every once in a while I'd be aware of it, but a lot of times I could feel something moving, but I had no idea what it was. I even had that happen earlier in the week. And Samantha like said, are you sad? And I go, I feel the feeling, but I have no reference. Like I couldn't tell you what it's about, but something just like moved through. I'm sure it's something from when I was young, but I don't know. But it's in there and it's affecting you, how you feel, how you think, behave, and also how your physiology happens. And so I would say sit with the thing on the shoulder blades probably first. Now, judgment isn't necessarily you judging. It could also be like when you're being judged, like, you're in a situation and you feel like people are judging you, people are, and it doesn't have to be current. It could be something from a very long time ago. But
So would you go back and work those points
yeah.
with the body mapping then too? Okay.
Yeah. Well, you could do like because we're not quite doing the body mapping here, but it's still in the same vein. You're putting your awareness on the different areas of the body. There, we're using oils and everything. Here, you're just doing it kind of without oils. But the body mapping would take, or the body's wisdom takes the things from the body mapping, and then like combinations produce like anger, abandonment, you know, I can't even remember all the things that I had on there. Like feeling shame, feeling guilt, feeling self-doubt, you know. Let me go through and look at the it causes like we're going to address like worry, abandonment, guilt, shame, anger, hatred, sadness, self-doubt, despair, like feeling like, yeah, you've been like victimized of some sort. And there's an aspect of feeling contrary, like at odds with other people or the environment, or even with yourself. And there's others, but these are like kind of the meat and potatoes of them. And here we're only doing a portion of them. There's a big group of these, and in alchemy they call these compounds, and it's just you're taking different pieces of your physiology, and it produces this result that eventually even has a bigger impact on the endocrine system, nervous system, and the immune system. And so it's a very deep form of healing, and it resolves things in ways that other symptom-oriented approaches don't really address, because it's going more to like the state of your being rather than the condition, if that makes sense. And so it's a very, very nice way to bring a better sense of inner peace and quiet the mind without having to wrestle with like these little individual symptoms.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Like, I wonder, judgment. I mean, I think we've talked where you've said like you've experienced a lot of judgment in your life, or no?
Very much so. Yeah.
So having those experiences causes the reaction in the body, and then the glands go, well, this is what we're doing, right? So like this is a good example. Like, so that becomes a pattern. And then when you're interacting with the environment, your glands say, this is what we do. This is who we are. When really, when you sit with it and you're able to like expand out of it, then when people are judgy, you're like, I'm not going to behave the way I'm always behaved. I'm going to do something different. And in that interaction, sometimes what happens is not only do you shift, but the people or the pattern of people being judgy to you, that actually can shift as well. Because sometimes this is a karmic issue. Sometimes this is just things that happen to us that got set in motion when we were young. Like, I was just talking with a student the other day, and, he was having difficulties in business, and, he would have the tendency to procrastinate and everything. I don't think this was on Zoom. Like, I can't remember, but I went through and started looking at it, and it's things that happened to him when he was really young, playing sports. And he was on a team that never did very well. And so every time they would go out and play, they would lose. And he goes, it wasn't just that we would lose. It was like, how badly are we going to lose? He goes, like, because we hardly ever won. Like, just the school that he went to, he goes, we just never won. And so later in life, the glands get set in a particular way. And so later in life is like, why bother trying? All you're trying to do is not lose to like a different degree. Are you going to lose, or are you going to lose really bad? And he goes, if I sit and think about the work thing, he goes, that's always the thing, is like, it's not going to go well. How bad is it going to go well? Why should I do it? It's just going to be uncomfortable. And so in being able to sit with that and expand out of it, you're in that crossroads where you can make the transition where like, I'm not going to do that anymore. Like I'm going to transition into, there's a whole bunch of other possibilities other than what I've just always experienced. So now I can sit and just wait, and it's a little uncomfortable because I don't know what's down that other road. The road where I suffer, like I know that road well, right? And as much as we want to turn away from it, it's also familiar, right? So then if you sit at that crossroads and you go, okay, I'm gonna embrace a possibility rather than the same old, right? And so in that moment, you start to transition out of it. And so I would say the discomfort or the pain, like in the gut or in the shoulder blades, can be a thing that accelerates a very deep and profound shift that you wouldn't be able to do otherwise. Like it's there for whatever reason. Like kind of doesn't matter why it's there, but like things will arise. And my guess is the fixation is probably tied to the judgment somehow. And there's probably still one other piece floating around somewhere. I think if I look. I would say it's in your shins. Like if you pay attention to your shins, what do you feel?
Sorry, I couldn't tell if I was muted or not. I don't really notice much in the shins, more calves, but
Okay, but do you notice anything in your shins? Like, or does it feel like almost like a little numb?
I mean,
Like
when I
when you
put my,
sit there, uh-huh.
I mean, I'm more aware of like pain in the right knee, area that stems from the hip all the way down, like the side of the right shin. Like that's just, it's always tight. But as far as like right now in this moment,
Like if you put your awareness on your shins right now, just put your awareness on your shins and just see what you notice. Like notice what happens to your body and what happens with the mind. Like if some thoughts arise.
a lot of high heart activation.
Yeah. Nice. So I mean, because other things can hurt, like, and the only reason why I bring up the shins is the shoulder blades and the abdomen feels like a compound to me. Like, and compounds always are in threes. And so even though the knee's hurting and everything, that compound is the shins. Let me just look something up. Oh, shins are hurt feelings and resentment. So judgment, hurt feelings, and then fixation. So like somehow, somewhere, either it was a traumatic event or a series of micro traumas, as I would say this is like a weird thing to say, but in situations like this would be tied in situations for being punished for who you are.
Very accurate.
So like it could be like in the workplace, like people are a little competitive with you and don't like that you're doing so good, or that you're drawing in all the clients, or people love your work more than their work, whatever it is.
Story of my life.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
so I would say story of the life, but really if we boil it down, it's the story of the glands. And so if you can sit with those three, you can basically kind of like evolve out of it, where like when we try to do traditional, like, okay, let's work on it mentally, let's work on it emotionally, it's more of a gland issue than it is a situation issue. And so if you can sit and just like undo the conditioning of like, okay, this is what's happened. If I sit with this, I can start to transition out of whatever that is. whatever it is. And so here, that tendency to be punished for who you are, you sit and you sit with it and you sit with it, and it brings up some uncomfortable parts of the body. But then at some point, you just like you follow the mechanics. It's like some thoughts might arise, and you don't even really pay attention to it. You just watch them, and then at some point you start to expand. You're literally breaking out of that pattern. You're literally starting to transition out of that pattern. So if it's been a lifelong pattern, then I would say sit and do that culmination for a little bit, and then basically you start just walking yourself out of that situation. Like it's almost like it's a room that you just get up and go, oh, I'm done. And you just get up and walk out of the room. And then people are still standing there in that room saying the things that they do, but you're like, oh, that was so last year. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. Are you putting your awareness on those three, the compound, at the same time, or
No,
are you
you just do one at a time.
one at a time?
Yeah. And then, because again, this is what we're going to be covering in the body wisdom class. And we're using we're using alchemical compounds, but the compounds are aligned with celestial beings. And so they do it in a very veiled way in alchemy, but I just called it what it is. Like different deities do different things. Like Christ, for example, is in charge of forgiving sin or karma, right? Different beings, different deities have different aspects, and they change our glands, especially the thymus, in a way that changes how these things happen. Because some of this is, again, because of things that have happened to us, or it's karmic imagery that we're playing out. And we can go through it. Look, because even with karmic imagery, you're standing at a crossroads, right? You're either going to work it out through hard knocks, or you're going to work it out through learning your lesson and elevating yourself. Either way, you're going to get the lesson. It's just one is harsh and one is, I don't want to say pleasant, but it like almost can turn into like a euphoria of sorts, or like a kind of bliss. Both ways will achieve the same thing, but it's like at some point you're like, I gotta stop banging my head against the wall. I just got to, and that's the crossroads. It's, do I suffer through it or do I learn from it? And so I would say my education from my youth was hard knocks. And like at some point, like the aha moment was like, I don't care what's going to happen. It has to be just different than what's happening. Like, I'm so sick of what's happening. I'm done. Like, it just needs to be different on some way, somehow. And that started allowing the transitions to happen. And then all of a sudden I was like, wow, this is way easier. Like, this is way easier. It still means you have to like kind of process and learn the lesson, but you're in a place where you can do it. Where when your glands are in that other place, you don't quite cognitively process things the same way. And so you just kind of keep getting better and better at it. I should say the glands keep getting better and better at it. Because it's not that you need to make something happen. It's almost like you have to let something happen. When you're at that crossroads, you just have to let the transition happen. You don't need to stimulate it or make it, you're there. If you don't do anything and you just keep being aware, it just starts happening. In Buddhism, they say you die and die again and again and again in many lifetimes. This is what they're talking about. You're letting go of that old past, that old place that you dwell, that's of repetition, and you're just going, I'm going to let this go and do something different. And it's literally you moving from lower faculties to higher faculties, just little movements at a time, just like you're you're trying to tune in the radio just to that spot, you know, in the old days where you'd go a little bit more and it's clear, a little bit off and it's staticky, right? You know. Yeah.
And then go ahead, Peggy, then Laura.
Hey, Peggy.
Hi, y'all. This was interesting. I started with my neck kind of right here, like in between shoulder neck kind of thing.
Mhm.
And it was almost like a trigger point thing.
Mhm.
And the feeling went away. So when you moved to the next one, I was just going to go hit my knee, and my shoulder went, just come on over.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
sometimes things like that's the thing with pain is you know, sometimes there's a problem, then we feel a bunch of pain and sensation, but sometimes other pains are overriding us feeling that pain, or sometimes the pain has gotten you know, especially if it has like a nerve compression of some sort, the area will go to sleep a little bit, and we don't really notice it until we start moving it or we're aware of it, and then it kind of wakes up a little bit. And so hard to say which one that is, but yeah, like if it's still wanting the attention, then I would keep putting my attention there until, like, you know, it feels resolved.
so it's just kind of like a massage.
Yeah, like a mystical massage.
That's
Yeah.
fascinating.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's a form of energy healing. You know, it's a very ancient practice, but at the same time, even in the early phases of Astara, the first degree lesson, they talk about doing healing with the Lama yoga and awareness, but they didn't really explain how to do it. They just kind of said, do the Lama yoga. And then a little bit later in different pieces, they kind of explained it somewhat. But this is doing a very, very deep dive of like how to impact your glands and your endocrine system in that inner state that we're in. You know, that inner state is more endocrine than anything.
And I'm like totally relaxed.
Yeah. Good for you.
That's fascinating that
Yeah.
you can just concentrate on that piece and it goes away. I mean, that's
Yeah.
fascinating.
Yeah. When I was young, I had really bad migraines, like really bad migraines. And I just, none of the medications were working. And like, I was just, I don't know, it was pretty debilitating. I'd get them to the point where I'd almost vomit. And one day, it's like what I said, like, I was just like, I'm sick of this. I'm tired of this. It's ruling my life. Like my life is revolving around these migraines. And I was like, I've had it. And so one day I just sat there and I had just this excruciating migraine. And I'm like, I'm just going to sit with it. I'm going to sit with it. I'm just going to observe it. I'm not going to get all worked up about it. I'm just going to keep my awareness on where it hurts. And it actually increased for a few minutes. Like it got a little bit more intense. And then I noticed it started dissipating. And it kept dissipating. And I was like, you know, I'm still going to sit with it. And eventually it got down to about 20% or so of the way that it was. I went to bed, I woke up, I've never had a migraine since. You know, I was in my teens. So that was at least like 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
That was like 40 years ago or something. 40, 43, long time ago. I was very young, actually. I was probably like 12 or 13 when I did that.
It's great. Thank you.
Go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. my experience, initially, I was focusing on my right hip. And during that time, I had a huge kind of jerk twitch, but on the right side of my body.
Okay.
And the pain dissipated.
Tremendous. So like that twitch, like on a low level, you could say probably the nervous system re-educating a little bit. But you notice that like sometimes when you're laying down, you're going to sleep and you'll kind of like you'll be dozing, and all of a sudden you go, and then you go deeper.
Yes.
That is you're switching from the logical mind to the intuitive mind. Like you're going into like an inner state, and that's the place where it's going to heal. Like rest and repair is going deeper into the intuitive part of the mind. And so like that twitch is like your body went into rest and repair, and then the pain starts dissipating. And not just that the pain dissipates, but there's a level of healing in your physiology that starts to happen that couldn't happen otherwise. Because if you think about it in a particular way, if we're in the logical mind, it's like there's a certain set of like switches that are flipped on and off. And then, you know, because it's doing what it does, like it's being active, it's doing the things of the day. When we go into rest and repair, those switches have to be like flipped, like, you know, so for your body to heal, if you're being active, like you're not going to heal and be active at the same time, because your body needs all the energy to be active. So you have to be able to go into that rest and repair mode. So when you start to shift into rest and repair mode, you'll notice your logical mind isn't that sharp. Like it's like, ask me tomorrow, or what's 8 + 8? Does anybody have a calculator? Like, you know, where you would know it during the day, but when you're in that mode, like the mind is functioning different because you're more in the intuitive mind. And in that place is where the body can regenerate and heal.
Got it.
Yeah.
And this happens to me fairly frequently when I'm doing
awesome
stuff. No, would you, the next question is, when you talk about expansion, I feel like there are different things I feel at different times, and I often wonder what you think we should feel with expansion or whatever.
Well, like expansion can just be like upper faculties, like the mind is getting quieter and everything. But I think I probably should have used a different word there. Like the expansion happens, and then after the expansion, it would be like almost like a type of bliss that happens where you just like expand, and it's beyond the body. Like I would say, if you can, you know, sometimes you're just trying to go to sleep, you know, or like laying down or trying to relax. And so like when it shifts, it's great. But if you can keep sitting with it until you kind of almost reach this like blissful state, the impact on that area will be much more substantial.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes the language we all use, you know, everybody interprets it different, and I needed a little clarity.
Yeah, and honestly, that's why I say let's like talk this out, because we do have like different languages, you know, different ways of saying something, and we come from different places. And so sometimes talking it out with the stories makes it a little bit easier than just saying like a particular word here. Because like sometimes when I sit down and I go, I could write this out, but it almost has to be interactive, because I don't know where people are coming from. And so like I just basically use the questions to try to temper what's being said, or fine tune what's being said.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. I just did a thing like you know, I was doing for a star where I'm writing some things for the active clairvoyance, and I wrote like 40 pages or something. Like you know, I cranked out a bunch of information, and then I presented it to the marketing person, and her perception of what I wrote versus my perception of what I wrote was like incredibly different. And she didn't take it like negative, but she's like, well, what does this mean? Like, it just shows like it's really hard to just like blurt it out and have it be like, oh yeah, I totally get this. Like it's a lot of back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, because we're talking about something that's more about motion than about like just like this is my hand. It has fingers, it has, it's a lot more nuanced than that. And if we're not using the same verbiage, then it makes it even harder. And none of us are using the same verbiage. I had a teacher one time that he said, define healing. And then everybody, he called on like 15 people. Not one person said the same thing as somebody else. Not one person. And that's just healing. And he goes, shall we try a tree? Like, what's a tree? And, everybody had something kind of similar, but it was their interpretation of it was very, very different. And so that's always the case. And so interaction is always the best way to figure these things out.
And then go ahead, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
Let's get you unmuted. Perfect.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Hi, Greg.
How are
I'm
you?
I'm not sure if I'm out in La La Land or not, but there seems to be something very familiar about the work with the glands. It's very new to me, but it's similar to the work or the experiences I've been having in working with the elements.
Yeah, I can see that. Sure.
So could you please explain the relationship of the elements to the glands? They almost feel like they're two sides of the same coin, at least where I'm at right now.
Yeah, they're two sides of the same coin, kind of. Like the thing that you're playing with is like the state of being, and so there I would say definitely two sides of the same coin. The elements sometimes can impact the glands, but it's really about like the state of the logical mind and the physiology. Basically the elements are the building blocks for all those things. And so even when you look at like, I'm in a state that's very joyous, that has an elemental like makeup, so to speak. And you could say that, which direction would that go? I would say, it's a weird way to say it, but like the elements are the building blocks of like your physiology, and even to a certain extent your emotions and your thoughts, because a lot of that is tied to your physiology. You could say the glands have an animating effect on the elements, like an animating effect, and the elements can be a lot like stem cells, right? Like you can take elements that were maybe like in an area that's degenerating and animate them in a different way. And those can be all of a sudden elements that are now regenerative. It's not like you need to get rid of them and then put new ones in. It's just you need to go, okay, new plan. We're this is what we're doing now. Like, that there is one element that is having no part of that. There is one aspect in the elemental makeup that there's just this gland or element that is very attached to the lower form. And so still it changes. Actually, the more loving we become, the more that actual part of the element, the makeup, it changes. So, but yeah, it's almost like they're different parts of the spectrum. Like, one's over here and one's over here, and we're sliding back and forth. And so the elements can still affect the glands, but the glands will very much affect the elements.
Okay, that makes sense.
Does that make sense?
Yes, a lot to digest here.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like I've got my mouth to a fire hose. So much information. I really appreciate this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good that you're working with elements like that. That's tremendous work.
It's very soothing.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I bet.
it's been,
Yeah.
okay, thank you so much, Greg.
You're so welcome, Jeff.
Are we talking inner elements or outer here?
I refer to them as like active and passive, or of the form, I guess. So not the active ones, just the passive ones.
And you pretty much, I think you might have even answered this. This was asked earlier, but you answered what is expansion basically, but they're saying as in ride the expansion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so your expansion, you're like, oh, I was at the carnival and I dropped my popcorn. I was, like you say, you're recalling something when you're 6, and then you're like, okay, and then there was other things that happened that day, and da da da, and then pretty soon you're thinking about something now, and then pretty soon you're like, oh, like your mind's getting quiet, and then pretty soon you almost like how you would be when you're asleep. You just kind of like take off. You're not aware of the body anymore. You're not aware of the form anymore.
And another person, maybe you'll just be able to keep expanding on this. It's hard for me to know whether an expansion is happening or whether my mind is just zoning out.
Yeah.
Running
same.
off to play somewhere else. It's hard for me to know whether I'm really being aware if I don't have a feeling. I don't know if I'm doing it right. Any thoughts or advice?
Well, so very good question. And so right now we're just sitting with it, but built into this is next we'll be doing Lama Yoga with the breath. And it's practically impossible for you to like just run off and space out with doing the breath. Right now we're practicing this component because this is the component where we're sitting with these things that really kind of gets bypassed or overlooked somewhat in any practice of sustained awareness. You usually aren't paying that much attention to it. You're paying attention to other things. But really the form, if you sit with the form, it will produce essence. Basically, if you look at yin and yang, whatever something becomes polarized, it produces the opposite. So here you just keep putting your awareness on the form, on the form, on the form, on the form, and then pretty soon essence, like you're just starting to experience essence. Now, if you're focused on the form and grinding on it, the essence that you will feel will be of lower nature. But if you are sitting there and just observing, you're utilizing the intuitive mind, the expansion will be more of the higher faculties. So one of the indicators are you grinding on it or not? Are you trying to manage it or not? If you're just observing it, you will start to kind of like drift off like you would like in between that sleep and wake, where you just kind of like you're off starting to do things. You're kind of aware, but you're kind of not. But even past that is something like you want to keep just observing, because at some point you reach a place where you're not really super aware of your body. And in that state, divine essence can come in and really shift the body quite substantially. Because at first, how we're talking about, you're making a transition with the glands, and then you're making a transition with the mind, and then eventually what's happening is you're making a transition like spiritually.
Would it be beneficial to take some emotional release internally to prepare for this section?
Yeah, you could.
Where exactly is the front solar plexus chakra?
But below your ribs, like below your ribs on your upper abdomen. So just go to your ribs, go right below the ribs, and that's the front solar plexus. I think we're good.
I think we're good.
So, we're still going to do this a bit more, and we're going to do Lama Yoga with this, but let's take a little break and we'll come back and we're going to practice it a little bit more. Then we're going to do Lama Yoga, and then we're going to integrate it with some oil work. So, how about we'll come back at like 10 to 2. So an hour and a half from now. So 1:50. Everybody, let's come on back. Let's continue with our process. Okay, so we're going to practice on the body one more time. Then we're going to do it externally. And then we're going to do the meditation. Then we're going to do oils. Then we're going to talk. Then we're going to do oils. And then we're going to talk. So let's have you just close your eyes again and check in with your body. I don't know why that cracked me out. Check in with your body in some area that jumps out at you. Doesn't necessarily mean pain. It can be agitation or a glitch, or your attention just gets drawn to the area, whatever it might be. You're just kind of relaxing into the spot. You're not even trying to actively relax. You're just kind of observing that spot or that section. The reason we're practicing this is it doesn't always come easy. It seems very simple, but it can take a while for you to just be able to sit and observe the thing in your body. You're still just sitting with it. We were talking, keep your awareness on that. I'm going to keep talking for a second. We were talking about like expansion and what it's bliss. Sometimes what that could look like is, with your awareness on it, almost feels like you're starting to fall asleep. Like you just start to go, oh, I get relaxed. Oh, I'm starting to doze off. It could look very similar. Just keep observing. Okay, just let go. Just let go. Notice how you feel. So when you're doing this, just to reiterate, just to reinforce, you're shifting your endocrine system just by doing this practice, right? Just by doing this practice. So now we've done it in our body. It's best to practice on the body at first, but eventually what you do is you do it with the environment, right? So think of, it doesn't necessarily have to be a negative situation. Just think of something that has your attention from the last couple of weeks. Could be personal, could be work, could be in the news, whatever it is, the thing that kind of jumps out and gets your attention the most. And sit up and observe it. You're not judging that it's good or bad, that it hurts, that it's pleasant. You're just observing it. Keep observing. Okay, let's shake it out for a moment. We're going to come back to that one, right? So when we go to the external, what we're doing is we're putting our attention on the thing that's going to trigger something inside of us. So first we're checking in with our body, and we're sitting there with awareness, and we're allowing it to transition, right? Now you take it a step further where you go through and you go, okay, let's look at these situations. And then the next step is come back to the body. And so by doing this, you're retraining your instinctual responses, you're retraining your emotional responses, and you're retraining how your brain reacts to these things, all aligned with your stimulating and fortifying the endocrine system by going through and doing this practice. So you're basically putting endocrine function under higher faculties rather than lower faculties, right? So again, going back to the crossroads, are you going to do it through like defensive action, or you're just going to allow something to be so that it doesn't control you anymore? And when you do that, it shifts the endocrine system substantially, right? So again, we're going to put our awareness on an external situation, and then I'm going to move you into coming back to your body. And it might be a completely different spot than what you've been working previous, right? It's not always the same. A lot of times it's not. Okay, so close your eyes again. It could be something from your past, something right now, something non-personal, something personal. You're still on the external situation. Your awareness is on the body. Where do you feel it in the body? Just sit with it in the body. You're just observing. Okay, I'm gonna go for a second. So we're gonna start pulling some things together at this point. Okay. So we've done the body and we're doing the external, right? So eventually we're going to do like little combinations, right? But let's start working with the Lama Yoga component of it. So again, just watch me for a second. Your chin goes down. You inhale through your nose, you're bringing your head up. And you exhale through the mouth, bringing the head down. So that would be one cycle. So it would go. And then at some point, you just are still. You don't control the breath. Your eyes are closed. You just let everything kind of settle in. Right now, a couple of things. When you're doing the turtle breath, when you're doing this Lama Yoga breath, remember what I said, like when you're practicing awareness, at some point you come to a crossroads, right? Do I be defensive? Do I try to control what's going on? Or do I allow it to be so it doesn't have any control over me, right? So you're practicing that in the body, right? But now when you do the turtle breath, what you're doing is you're drawing energy in from your lower centers and you're moving it up high, right? So even if you didn't nail it when your awareness was in the body, the Lama Yoga breath actually pulls the energy up so it moves you into that transition type activity or movement, right? So even if you're practicing your awareness on the body, you're like, yeah, I'm not feeling it. Am I being defensive? And then you do the Lama Yoga breath or the turtle breath. It's called both, so that's why I go back and forth. When you do the Lama Yoga breath, you're literally shifting that manually through the breath, right? And so part of it too is if there is thoughts that arise that are like unresolved. Like say you're sitting with something in your chest and all of a sudden you're like, I was 6 and the popcorn in the carnival and I dropped it and I didn't have 25 cents to get more popcorn, you know, yada, yada, yada. Right. So even if you're like in that story still, and you're like, God, I just can't bust out of it. Then the next step to do the Lama Yoga goes through and breaks that down, right? And so the act of the Lama Yoga, it stimulates cerebral spinal fluid circulation for one, and it stimulates a kind of movement that is very activating to how the endocrine system communicates. So it's very harmonizing between the endocrine system and the nervous system. And if the nervous system is off a little bit, it also helps the nervous system to regenerate and adapt to this new version of your perception, of your mind, whatever we want to call that. And so this combination is very significant in shifting the state of the body, the quality of the chakras, the activation of the chakras, and it manifests as a deeper stimulation and fortification of the endocrine system, right? So that's the direct manifestation, right? So we're going to practice the Lama Yoga a little bit, and then we're going to do both the body awareness and the external awareness. And then we're even going to take it a little bit deeper and do a process that transmutes things. And is Christiane, we're going to use her pattern to be, we'll use her pattern to go through and transmute right off the bat. Yes. Okay. So in this, Christy, we're going to treat you the thing that we brought up and talked with you over Q&A last time. Okay. So let's practice Lama Yoga. Okay. So chin down to your chest. You inhale, bringing your head up. You're exhaling down. Inhaling up. 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 Exhaling down. And then keep your eyes closed and just be still. Let your head normalize, your breath normalize. and down to your chest. Inhale, moving your head up. Exhale, down. Inhale 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 up. Exhale, down. Just be still. Let the head normalize. Let your breath normalize. Be aware of your body. Whatever spot jumps out at you, just practice awareness on that spot. Maintain your stillness awareness. Observe something in your environment, something in the distant past or something in the near past. Just observe something that's been going on in your life. And you're just observing it. back to your body. Your awareness is on your body. Observe whatever spot jumps out at you. It might be in a different spot. So observe, identify, and then just be still. And then again, chin down to your chest. Inhale, moving your head up. Exhale down. Inhale 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 up. Exhale down. Just be still. Be aware of your body. Wherever you feel it jumping out right now. Doesn't have to be the way it was last time. Just whatever's there now. Your awareness is on that spot. You're simply allowing it to be. Shift to the external. Move your awareness back to the body. You're observing that area in your body. And keep your eyes closed. Move your awareness to your low back, the back side of your navel. Move your awareness up to the back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the top of your head, the crown. And then just let go. Okay. Move yourself around. Notice how you feel. What you do. Mm. So that last little piece, we've done that pattern in some of the different classes, but you could say that the Ming Men helps you to transition in something physically. The back heart helps you to transition in something emotionally, and then the crown helps to transition something mentally. So by sitting with awareness and observing it, you're transitioning. By doing the Lama Yoga breath, you're increasing that transition. And then by doing the pattern, you're also transitioning. So even if you don't do a part of it right, or you feel like, oh, I could do this better, you have 3 shots at taking it like deeper, right? And so this is a very strong form of healing that's different than just going after a symptom, but you're changing how the body functions. You're changing how the energy body functions. You're changing and enhancing your endocrine system, and you're enhancing the nervous system. And so by going through and doing this, you're improving chakra function, but you're shifting things in the body that will also manifest in the mind. Now, like with this is what we're going to be doing in the body wisdom class next weekend. Is we're going to take this idea and then we're going to access things that are physiological emotions, like abandonment, like anger. Most anger is actually more your physiology than it is emotions of mind. So if you go like, I have this anger, I don't know where it comes from. It comes from your physiology. Like there's certain areas in your body that just like generate it if they're just even slightly agitated, right? And so let's utilize, first we'll do the pattern that Christy talked about, and then we'll come back and we'll do a pattern utilizing this for abandonment, right? Because that's a universal thing. All these things that we're talking about, they're universal. Like self-doubt, that is not, some people have it, some people don't. You have it, it's to what degree, right? Anger, you have it, it's to what degree. Sadness, you have it, to what degree, right? And so going back to the pattern for Christy, this was being like associated with being punished for who you are. So, people either you stick out like a sore thumb, or they're competitive with you, or you're not fitting into the group. You have different opinions. I mean, there's all kinds of reasons why it could happen. You could go into the color of the skin, the gender, the race, the religious background. You could keep going down that rabbit hole a whole bunch. And so you're going to practice a body awareness, but now it's on your shins. You're just going to put your awareness on your shins. Even if you don't feel something there, you're just going to put your awareness on that spot. Awareness is still on your shins. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. Yeah, move your awareness to your abdomen. You're not going super deep. You're just on the muscles of the abdomen from below your ribs down to the area around your navel. And then go up to the shoulder blades themselves. Let it all go. Chin down to your chest. Inhale, moving your head up. Exhale, down. Head up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Just be still. Let the head normalize. Let your breath normalize. Be aware of your shins. You're just absorbing that area of your shins, of your lower leg. Move your awareness to the abdominal area. From below the rib cage down to your navel area, you're just being aware of the muscles of the abdomen. In your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the shoulder blade. Let it go. Chin down to your chest. Inhale, moving your head up. Exhale down. Inhale 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 up. Exhale down. Just be still. Now, wherever something jumps out in your body, just observe it. Tension, a glitch, an agitation, or your attention is just drawn to that area. Move your awareness to the low back. Your awareness is on the back heart, between the shoulder blades. The top of your head. Just let go. Okay. Notice how you feel. We're going to do the same thing, but with abandonment. Well, we'll talk a little bit and take a break, and then we'll come back and work abandonment, and then we'll go back and work oils. But Christy, do you mind? How are you doing? How did you process that? And like, I want to be clear, like, this isn't something like Christy is aware of this. It's not something that's just unique to Christy. We all have a version of this. Like, this is not something that any of us are immune from. It's just some of us feel the sting of it more than others. That's it. That's the only difference. But it's something that we all experience on some level, on some degree. So. Hey, Miss Christy.
Hey there. I just felt an immediate sense of relief. Like the body is kind of like, whew, blew off some steam.
Yeah. Okay, so let me stop you right there. So like, notice that's the first thing she said, like, oh, the body feels better, like you took a backpack off. There's like this weird tension that just gets deflated out of the body. And these different situations, that's what happens, is they come in and they trigger like different parts of the body where you feel these like weird different kinds of tension in the body, where if you said, oh, I feel tension, you'd go, I feel muscular tension, I feel stress, I feel this. But it's actually all these little nuances compiling to make a certain kind of tension that can be different from person to person. So, okay, go ahead. Sorry, I have to like do my little bit, you know.
No, it's exciting. It's incredibly exciting. And I feel like I've been smelling oils. I'm so blissed out.
Yeah.
So that's fascinating. It feels like there's still a lot of things releasing.
Yeah.
A lot of activity. And
So what I would say is your body has gone into a state where it's healing this issue, and it doesn't mean that it's done, but like it will continue to heal probably for a few days, or even longer, you know, because like sometimes it starts to integrate in, you know, actions and behaviors and things, and so it can continue to manifest. But I would say, even though you might feel a little bit of relief, keep doing it, because the same thing that causes us suffering is also the same thing that will accelerate, like, I don't want to say enlightenment, but like the path onto alignment, like illuminating the mind. Like it's the same thing. It's just you're going from a tailspin to then using it to elevate. It's just like if you lifted weights. If you use light weights, you'll get stronger eventually. But if you lift some really heavy weights, you get stronger really fast. So if you go to the things that are the problem and you practice this, you take off in the inner worlds like at a much faster rate. Much faster rate. Yeah. Plus, I would say your interaction with people and people who treat you this particular way, or just in the environment, you become more dynamic. You become a little bit more of like a force to be reckoned with, rather than just that same old painful dance, you know? It's like you're going free for. Yeah. So after all that, did you feel anything else, or did you notice anything else? Like you feel nice and blessed. That's a very good sign.
yeah, on the second pass with the shins, because I never, originally I never felt anything. The first
Mhm.
pass, I really didn't notice anything. It was in the second pass at the shins that I felt more in the right side, but it
Mhm.
was like a deep ache.
Mhm. I would say that that's usually how that my experience with that stuff is, like on the surface, you might not notice the shin, but when you really start tapping into it, a deep achiness is usually what happens. Like I'm only aware of it maybe sometimes like while I'm laying down, getting ready to sleep, and I'm like, oh, the shins, you know. Yeah.
Mm.
You know, here's another interesting thing. Like, you know, back in the day when I was doing stuff with the osteopaths, so we'd look at somebody and their posture, and you could almost gauge some of the issues that they might be having. Because if you think of like the body map, it's going to throw certain things into rotation, and you have elevations and rotations. And so we'd look at somebody and we would evaluate like where their shoulders were, where their hips were, like tilt wise, and then rotation wise. And then we do the same with the skull, right? And then we'd establish like, okay, same elevation of the hip, same side shoulder. Okay, elevation of the hip, opposite shoulder. You know, so each thing presented a different problem. And one of the quickest ways to begin balancing out that pattern was to do a release on one of the shins. You know, depending on what the pattern was, you go to one shin and you do this like deep kind of fascial manipulation on the shin, and the misalignments would start to unwind while they were standing. And when they were sitting, it did something different. But while they were standing, the first place you would go is the shin. Yeah.
Do you want more people?
Yeah. So other people too in this.
Hey, Greg.
You can unmute or type in or
Hey, Greg, it's Tracy.
hey.
Hey, so I don't know if it would have anything to do with this, but the last few days I've had this weird like cramp in my soleus, and
Mhm.
it just comes and goes, and like every now and then there's just this weird twang down there. If that's, you know what I'm talking about?
Mhm.
Like, oh, what is that? And
Yeah, I was like, oh, there's three. I could have had three.
Go ahead.
Anyway, before lunch, I was so out, and I was in that really yummy place between sleep and wake, and
Mhm.
I heard, "Hey, we're gonna take a break," and like it was like coming out of it a little bit, going back into it, and I kept thinking, "Where's Greg? Where's Greg?" I finally woke up about 30, 45 minutes later, and I looked and I saw that we were at lunch. I'm like, wow. And I felt so good since then.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it will undo stress. It will undo so many things. And you know, like I was telling Christy, your body is going into rest and repair mode, and so your body is much better at healing things than whatever technique we could cook up. You know what I mean? Like, so a lot of times with the oils, we're trying to address something, but really what we're trying to do is get the body to like handle the situation better. And so this is just another one of the ways that can happen. Yeah.
And Brian was so chill last night when he got home.
Good.
And then right before we came back from lunch, there's a problem. Somebody did something stupid at the warehouse. We've got to like chase down chickens, to get things right.
Right.
And so he was pacing around the house, and I had a lot to use to work on when we did the last
Oh, good.
thing and everything. Yeah. And it really didn't affect me like it would have
Oh, good. That's very good.
normally. Because normally I pick up on his energy, and it's,
Sure.
yeah. So thank you. I'm not sure he's any better, but I'm better. He's laughing behind me. Thanks.
You're so welcome.
Go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Miss Barbara.
Hey there. I'm going to preface this by I missed most of the morning, and yet I don't know where I went. I missed half of the pattern one of the times.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
But you got to the shins. I felt like I'd been plugged in the first time through, plugged into some kind of electrical circuit. There was just energy flooding them.
Mm-hmm.
But even more remarkable to me is the second time through, we're in the abdomen, and my awareness was already being pulled to the shoulders, like the shoulders wanted.
Yeah.
And after that, I feel like my shoulders have rolled back about 1.5 inches. I mean, it feels like more, but that's what I think it is. And it's just like
the tension in the shoulder blades is like weirdly profound. Like it
talked about that before, and I couldn't remember exactly what you said.
Yeah. I mean, like if you really unwind the shoulder blades like that, you'll feel it up in the neck, up in the jaws, up into the head. The head feels clearer. You know, it's just you know, the arms and legs are both extensions of the basic chakra, and your legs, like if there's difficulty, your legs handle it in a particular way, but your arms, you know, because they're not weight bearing, they hold this tension of like being ready to move. And if you think about like you've been holding your mouse for a while on the computer and working like that, and then you let it go and you're like, oh, my shoulder, right? When there are certain things that are going on that are like trauma related or pain related, your arms kind of do that, like on a low grade, just tense because they're ready to run or to fight or do whatever. And we just don't really realize how much tension is in the shoulder blades, you know, because it's really part of what's holding everything in, ready to take action. And it's not conscious, but your adrenals kick in certain things to be ready for motion, and one of them would be your shoulders in case you had to fight, right? And so those shoulder blades get so wound up. Like most people have a shoulder blade issue. Like rarely do I see somebody where I'm treating them where there's not something where we could spend like several sessions just on their shoulder blades. But you know, it is what it is. Like, you know, you're usually doing other things, but in my, like, I think I was 20, might have been 21. I had some fascial work done on my shoulder blades, and it was so intense. The person only did half of what they intended to do. And like, I couldn't move my arms for like, I could only move at the elbow for like 2 or 3 days. They were just so sore from her barely touching my shoulder blades, by the way. And afterwards, like I had ranges of motion that I couldn't believe, like so much tension was gone. But that 3 or 4 days after she did the session, it was brutal. She said she was using the weight of a quarter, like, you know, a 20, you know, a quarter. Like she just got in and applied very specific pressure, but the weight of a quarter, and like I couldn't take it. Like I totally couldn't take it. And I was like, I don't understand. You know, I was 20. I didn't get any of this stuff. And later looking back, I was like, yeah, that was a byproduct of my youth right there. Like it all kind of held in my shoulder blades and in my knees. Yeah.
I can feel the difference in my posture. It's just like, without having to pull the shoulders back, they're
right. It just does it.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Holy guacamole. Go ahead, Lara.
Hey, Miss Laura.
Hey, Greg, and I know you've said that, but I said this, but I can't find it in my notes, and I may have missed part of it. What are the shoulder blades tied to? You were talking about different
Oh,
parts.
it's fixation. Like, like how I was talking about, like being ready to like fight or flight. You're almost like in a fixated state. Like, like if you've ever seen people or if you've ever been in an accident, you kind of like, you freeze up, you tighten up, and you try to like prevent the blow. It's almost like you're doing that, but not so much with holding your hands up, but just the tension in your body is doing that with the different traumas that are, agitation, things that come from other people. But it's not just your body tenses up. Certain spots of your body tense up significantly more. And one of the spots that really tenses up is your shoulder blades. So it's the tendency to like fixate. If you think about like when a trauma happens, and you see it in somebody else, they just keep talking about it over and over again, and then 3 days later they're still going, and then another thing and another thing and another thing. Part of that is they're processing it, right? But part of it also is when a trauma happens, fixation also happens. Like anytime there's pain, fixation is a natural byproduct because the body is trying to manage it somehow to reduce whatever problem caused that pain. But it doesn't have the intelligence like our brain does. It just goes, okay, something's going on there, tighten up. So even like if you injure one of your vertebrae, one of the things that happens is the muscles around that area tighten up to hold that vertebrae in place. Another way of saying that is if they fixate, like they stop moving and they get really tense to keep that joint from moving more to try to stabilize it. So it's really kind of a manifestation of something trying to, like your shoulder blades, trying to stabilize something that's happening externally. Like, okay, I need to be able to push back, I need to punch, I need to be able to run, I need to be able, it's fight flight thinking that got us there.
And while you're at it, that was great. Thank you. And I think I got it down, but I'm not sure. The Shin and the Mingmen, what are?
Well, the Mingmen, it transmutes the things physically, so it transmutes the instinctive responses. The Shins are hurt feelings.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, like resentment / hurt feelings. Mostly hurt feelings. Resentment almost becomes a compound. So, but you could still kind of treat it a little bit there.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Dorothy, then Sonia.
Hey.
Hi. Say we get to a place, if we're having a situation that keeps coming up, and we get to a place where we no longer react to it. But this person, there's been a pattern in my life where I have pulled away from some conventional ideas and did my own, what I wanted to do in my life. And that created some tension between one of my daughters, anyway, I have two, and the thing that happened in the last couple of weeks was with that particular daughter, her telling me, blaming me for what she felt I should have done differently to make her not react. Anyway, my thought is, I've heard that if we hold the light, or if we stay in our calm and our peace and not react, it could create something different in them because it's a different reaction.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, the key would be to keep your awareness on the heart. But I think you also have to approach it where they might shift, they might not, and you really have to be unattached in what direction they go. Like if they don't
Right.
get it, you don't try to fix it. Just like you're
Yes.
observing the things in your body, you're doing the same thing with them. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
almost got to give people time to be able to shift. They might not shift right in the moment, but big picture over months or over years, they might shift and change. Yeah. Yeah, it's very possible. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And then go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
I didn't quite hear what you said about, the shoulder blades were fixation, the chins were hurt feelings and resentment. What was abdominal muscles?
Judgment.
Judgment. Okay.
Like, either feeling judged or judging. But yeah. Usually, like when somebody's projecting energy to you, like it hits a couple of spots. It hits the basic chakra, enters in through the bottom of your feet, but where you feel it is in the abdominal area and in the throat. And so that the abdominal muscles or judgment is not a big leap there, So
My Shin's thoughts were maybe leave that box alone, and us Shins will get back to you soon. If you sit with us or push for awareness.
yeah, that's pretty funny.
Were you talking, when you're talking about the modality, were you talking about Rolfing or something else? With your shoulder blade thing?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It was Rolfing.
Yeah, it was structural integration, which is split off of roughing. Yeah, same thing, just different school. The practitioners went to a different school. The two schools were like 2 blocks from each other, but politics.
And just to clarify, you're getting that information about the abdomens, the shin, and the shoulder blades from the body mapping class.
Correct.
And integrating it with the upcoming class.
Yeah, so like that's not the whole technique, but that's starting to be a taste of the body wisdom class. It's going to be woven into a bunch of things. It's a way to do healing in things that are very difficult to heal, like things like anger and things like that. There's ways of unwinding it, but when you start trying to get at the root causes, there's just, you can't get away from like really tapping into certain parts of the physiology. And even when we think of like, okay, let's treat the physiology, we still think about it like in a symptom oriented approach, like what gland does that, or what nerve does that, or what nervous system does that, when it's more of like a state that the body's in produces certain results in a bunch of the systems. So this is much more of a mystical approach to healing, rather than being very left brain about it and going, this gland does this gland does that. I have notes on that and everything. I don't know. I going that route, because I explore things and I don't always think they're as effective, but I like to know, like, if certain philosophies go down a rabbit hole, how well they're doing and how well it's not doing. And I would say I wasn't super impressed by treating the glands based on what thought or thought process comes from them. I mean, you can do some of that, but it's much more complicated and at the same time more simple than that, if that makes sense. It's just, you have to let go of how people look at things now and look at it through the eyes of the body. And the body says a very different story than what our mind says.
I have a share.
Mhm.
When I was on my abdomen, it started expanding.
Oh, do you want to share or no?
Oh, it was just, whenever I do the body awareness stuff, I never expand. Never. As a blanket statement until we did the second round with the abdomen. And all of a sudden I was like, this is what expanding is. Like, obviously I kind of came back, but I was like feeling the expansion. I was like, what is happening? Oh my gosh.
It was funny because you started smiling, and I thought either somebody says I'm funny in the chat, or you were expanding.
That was it.
Yeah. Anybody else have a share or question?
I got a little dizzy after, so maybe people are having a little
Yeah.
rest.
Yeah. This is when you're doing this on your own, like basically we're really learning how to do it. And when you sit and do it on your own, you won't be doing it this long. Like we're really kind of going, when you're sitting with your body, this is what you do. This is what you practice. And then over a period of time, you just sit and do this. You don't spend the whole time exploring all the little nuances. So you could sit down and do a practice like this in like 30 or 45 minutes once you know how to do it, like once you've kind of trained yourself to do it. But first, it takes a little while of just exploring all the little nuances. And even here, there's like 2 or 3 times as much information we're going to be talking about next week in the body wisdom part. There's just little nuances. When you sit down to do it, it's going to be quick and fast, but it's going to be to the point. And getting this down makes even next weekend a little bit more effective.
Someone said they also had a lot of energy in the temples with this and some at the low back head, medulla area.
Yeah, things are shifting. Those are 2 great spots to have energy moving. The temples are shifting, like potential behaviors and executive functions and things like that, which means you're adapting. And the medulla, there's some esoteric or spiritual things that are happening that we're not talking about right now, but we'll talk about eventually at some point. Yeah, it's not that I don't want to talk about it. It's just that too much information makes it confusing. Let's digest what we're talking about right now, because we're building, like both in the body wisdom class and then the zodiac class in November, and then there's higher vagus nerve class coming in December. And so each is developing a certain piece. So how about we'll take a break and we'll come back at 1:15.
Hey, there was a question I forgot in the chat, so we'll just start with that. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Would Greg describe the specific areas to focus on for the shoulder blades, or do we focus on surrounding muscles?
No, it's the shoulder blade itself, the muscle on the shoulder blade. Just put your awareness on the shoulder blades. It hits the muscle. So it's not the surrounding tissue, it's the shoulder blades themselves. Yeah. Okay, so think about how to do this real quick. Give me just a sec. We are going to do the same thing. We're going to practice it again, but we're doing it with abandonment.
With what?
We're going to work abandonment.
Oh.
Okay. So we're gonna practice the same thing, but now instead of working the compounds for being punished for who you are, basically for you being you, people giving you crap. Let's work abandonment. Okay. So this is why abandonment is so hard to treat sometimes, is it's really rooted in your physiology more than in your psychology. Eventually the physiology, generates like a psychological response, but the things that happen emotionally, mentally, you can work through, but the physiology, it's just like it gets turned on until it gets turned off. And so here we're going to try turning this off. Now, if something happens and abandonment happens again, you just go through and you tone this up, because it's to what degree. Now, I revisit this also because I've started doing a little bit more of the old corporate work that I used to do, and so I'm in that circle a little bit more again, and I'm just reminded, like, all these years went by, and coming back, and a lot of times in those situations, what people call stress is abandonment. Like if you say, explain what stress is, they'll describe abandonment, and then they'll go, yeah, see, I'm super stressed out. And the abandonment does cause stress, but the issue is, if you don't do this, you're not in the meetings. If you don't appease this boss, you don't get to be in this group, or you don't get the, fill in the blank. It's just a lot of abandonment or threats of abandonment to motivate people to work. And so there's no getting away from this. But what happens is you temper this, and it's almost like, I don't want to say you become fearless, but when people are used to managing people through the threat of abandonment, and you take that off the table, they don't know what to do with you. They just don't, because it works on practically everybody. So same dynamic happens in your family, same dynamic happens in social circles and workplace. I mean, groups that you belong to, it just happens, right? People usually aren't super aware that they're doing it or reacting to it, but it's always in play, right? The more you temper it, the more you get to be yourself. You get to call the shots yourself, and make cognitive choices, conscious choices, rather than reactive choices. So we'll do a stronger version of this next week, but we're going to do this version right now. So close your eyes, and you don't need to visualize situations. You don't need to think out like past times where this happened or that happened. We're looking at the triggers in your body. So your awareness is on the inner thigh, from the top of the thigh all the way down to the knee, your inner thigh. Long, slow, deep breaths. Now move your awareness to the mid-back, all the way across your mid-back, side to side. That area from below your shoulder blades down to the backside of your navel. that whole mid back area. And then the upper back area. So all across the shoulder blades, the mid back, in the middle of the shoulder blades, you know, the area between your shoulder blades from side to side. Outside of the shoulder blades, all the way across, side to side. Your whole upper back area. And then just let go. Just let go. Chin down to your chest. Inhale, moving your head up. Exhale, down. Inhale, 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 up. Exhale, down. Just be still. Just be still. Your awareness is on your inner thighs, your adductors. Your awareness is on the whole inner thigh. Move your awareness to the mid back area. And then the upper back area. Your awareness is on the upper back area. Just let go. Chin down to your chest. Inhale, moving your head up. Exhale down. Inhale 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 up. Exhale down. Just be still. Just wherever you feel it in your body, that's where your awareness is. Your awareness is on your low back, opposite the navel. Take a long, slow, deep breath. Move your awareness to the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the crown. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the crown. Okay. Notice how you feel. Reflect on times where you felt abandoned or where there was a threat of abandonment, or even if it's something current. Just see how it feels to you. Okay. Let's tie all of this together. So let's go back to the oil that you used in the very beginning. The frankincense, the lemon verbena, the myrrh, the patchouli, endocrine support, frankincense and myrrh, lavender complex, three wise men, whatever it is. Pull out what you're using. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your forehead. And then your brain. Your awareness is on the brain. And then the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. And then just be still for a moment. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus, which is below your ribs on your upper abdomen. And then your back heart. And then just be still. Your awareness. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. And how knockouts and adlets. In the low back area, opposite your navel, the Mingmen. And then pause and let go. Let's do one more cycle. Your awareness is on your forehead. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just pause. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the crown. Just be still. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The back heart. Awareness is on the back heart. Just pause. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the low back area, the back side of the navel. Pause. Let go. Let's do another little touch up on the abandonment thing. So you're setting the oils down. You're just being still. Your awareness is on your inner thigh. You're just practicing awareness on the inner thighs. No inhaling, you're just practicing. Move your awareness to the mid back area. Your awareness is on your mid back. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your upper back. Let your awareness go. Put your chin down to the chest. Inhale, moving your head up. Exhale, down. Inhale 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 up. Exhale, down. Just be still. Awareness is on the low back. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. The back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. The top of your head. Your awareness is on the top of your head. Just let go. Let go of everything. Just let go. Hey, notice how you feel. If you want to reflect back on situations where abandonment was an issue, do that. And just notice what you feel. Notice what stimulates in the mind and the emotions, compared to what usually happens. And let's go ahead and share experiences. You can unmute yourself or type in.
Go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Sam. This one really got to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, really big time. I would never have guessed. I actually, before we even started this exercise, the one we were doing before, I started feeling twinges on the inner thigh on my left side, just before we even began.
Oh, wow.
I know.
Yeah.
And then anytime we've moved towards the thigh, inner thigh, I can feel it go right up through my throat and underneath my
Yeah.
tongue. Yeah, it's really, yeah, it's significant, but it's softening a bit. It's softening,
Yeah,
but
good.
I think it's chronic. It's old, you know,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna have to work with it. Do you have any other suggestions?
Like I would say keep doing this practice, and then you can always put things on the inner thigh, like like the inner thighs are really vulnerable to projections from other people for one, but also misalignments in the hips. Like when a hip is elevated, it like kind of lengthens one side of the inner thigh and then contracts one. And sometimes even though you go through and stabilize the spine and the pelvis, like that pattern is still there. And will kind of throw you off like how you stand a little bit. And so one that I like to use on the inner thigh is terebinth. Like I put terebinth on the inner thigh, especially there's kind of a rope like muscle that goes from your knee up to your thigh. It's called the adductor, and there's actually a few in that group, but you can kind of feel that ropey kind of muscle and just rub terebinth all over it. And you don't even have to do it daily, but it takes a substantial amount of the tension out of it, because what's happened over a period of time is it's not just tight, it's most likely developed some trigger point activity, and the terebinth or trigger point blend or something like that will diminish it. Terebinth is very, very soft, doesn't have a very strong smell, and you can wear a bunch of it and most people around you wouldn't even know.
Okay.
So that's what I would do with it. Yeah.
And then some of this really goes into that Ming Ming, right? It's sort of like a fight or flight.
Yeah. Yeah, any of this would stimulate the instinctual responses, like more so than anything. And so the Ming Men is always about transmuting the instinctual responses, but it's also tied to fight flight. Like the negative side of instinctual responses is going into fight flight when there's not something going there. Like if fight flight is necessary, it's like a good reaction. But most times what we're calling stress and going into fight flight, it's where either having an overreaction in the situation, we're reacting to something in the past, which is usual. And because your body just gets conditioned and conditioned and conditioned. And there's been times where I've been in situations where I'm on a project with somebody, and emotionally, mentally, I feel fine. I'm not stressed about anything. I'm not worried about anything. Nothing's bothering me, like nothing. And 4 hours in that business, and I walk out there and I'm like exhausted. That's physical stress. Like something in that business was super chaotic that caused me to get super stressed out, because sometimes it's just reacting to the chaos of the environment. So the more you can even calm that down, your body won't react as much to like chaotic situations even.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
I can see why you had suggested this class and the body mapping. I can see exactly when we spoke. So thank you very much.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good. Yeah, the body mapping and the body wisdom class, man.
Body wisdom's
It's
another.
it's the one next it boy, it's about unwinding things that we think is psychological, but really is more physiology. And then, even when you tap into it, you like how do you do it? Like, because we still think of it like as like systems, but just think of it as like a series of these reactions that you're just tempering to produce a certain kind of result. It's different, but yeah.
Yes,
The only
it's sort
thing,
of a retraining, kind of
yeah,
retraining.
what's that?
You're sort of retraining, or
Yes. Yeah. You're retraining like how you interact with the environment and how you look inward. So um, you know, uh
And
It's-
normally we go into how we've responded in the
Yeah.
past. This is
Yeah.
kind of that stop.
And we try to make sense out of it and try to think about it logically. And then even intuition, it's like, I think it's this, I think it's that, it's you almost have to look at it through the eyes of the body. And the eyes of the body, it doesn't have the story that the mind has. It's actually kind of simple, and it's like one or two words usually will sum up what's going on, like the shins being hurt feelings. Like, we get that. Like, our mind can go to a story, but the body is just like, this hurts. Like, that's it. That's all it feels like. This hurts. And it's almost like it's a little bit of a language unto itself. And it's more imagery than it is the actual words, but the words get you to the imagery. And then once the imagery's there, then you can start unwinding the body. And so some of the deep types of work, like the fascial work, and some of the old school ways of doing psychology was to put the body in different positions and things to try to calm down the agitation or release these things. And that's the goal, is to just go through and calm down these kinds of agitation. Yeah, so there's been different approaches to it, but I find this that we're doing here and on next weekend is really super good. Most times people leave out the glands, like they don't even think of the glands, like it's not even. And here, like here we did the abandonment thing, but we went back and we did the glands first and then went back into the abandonment. So now as you're addressing the abandonment and you're unwinding it, you're also jump starting the glands. And so as the body is addressing this particular like issue that it's trying to resolve, here it was abandonment, your glands could potentially become like in a different pattern or a little bit chaotic, and here you stimulate it and then you jumpstart it. And you can do it with oils or without oils. We did it both ways, but by going through and doing that, you're literally rewriting how you interact with these situations, with the environment, and also how you turn inward.
Wow. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
I'm really glad you offered this class. Thank you.
Yeah, me too. Like, it's actually kind of like a simple class as far as the steps, but it's a heavy duty class at the same time. Like the techniques are not super complicated, but when you start practicing it, it's a very intense class. Like it's super, super intense. Like the thing with the Lama Yoga, we're not even doing all of it right now. We're just doing a big piece of it. Like, there, I would say over a period of time, there will be more to come. Yeah.
That'll be great. It'll be nice to see it unfold.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so.
And go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Miss Laura.
Hi, Greg. You said the inner thighs were projections from others and misalignments.
The inner thighs like get impacted by projections from other people, but it's the inner thighs are like the quality of our ability to turn inward. Like basically like your ability or inability to turn like inward. Like when somebody is really just like outwardly focused, that's reflected in the inner thighs. If a person's able to go deep within, it's still reflected on the inner thighs, like what is going on in those inner thighs. Yeah.
So physically, I am being told to work the abductors and adductors because of knee issues.
Yeah.
Which I would think all of this would be helpful. Is that not? Or
yes, no, that would be helpful. And just because you're having to work that doesn't necessarily mean you have like it's an abandonment thing that's physicalized. But on the flip side, sometimes when we have an ache or pain in an area, it will impact the little trigger that's in that area. right? So if like you had a issue with your shin, you might not have hurt feelings, but after a while, it starts to stir, like every little thing starts to hurt your feelings, you know. And so if you have a history of hurt feelings, it will help unwind it. And so this work, I would say, accelerates physical healing when there's issues in different areas to a very high degree, because sometimes the stumbling block in the area is that there is these psychological triggers, and then it just starts this cascading effect, not just in the area itself, but in the glands and the nervous system and the immune system and the lymphatic function, how you posturally hold yourself, how you walk, you know, it starts to impact all these things that you can't go, oh, this symptom is going to alleviate all this. It's more of a like a movement or a series of movements. And so you know, working the inner thigh and then the outer thigh, you could still just do the practice like that.
So what oil would you use for the outer thigh?
So you still could use the blend that you're using here, and
the terebinth?
The endocrine oils, like whatever you used for this. You're not necessarily breathing into that, but if you wanted to use an oil to breathe into that, the oil that I would use for your thighs are, let me look it up real quick and I can tell you. So you would have a couple choices, right? From the body mapping class, you could use violet flame oil, the violet flame blend, or you could use green healer.
And would these be in inhalations or topical or both?
You could put it on topically, but I would say definitely inhalations. So, you know, the green healer or the violet flame, you would inhale on the inner thigh, inhale on the outer thigh. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Remember when we like, I don't know, about 3 or 4 weeks ago in the immune class, and I think we did it, I don't know, I can't remember, but where we visualized like the arms and legs green, and then I think we used green healer on that, and then we did the pelvis and the lower abdomen, lower back, and we did orange. It's basically a variation of that.
Got it.
Yeah. And I will say, even without using oils and just using the visualization, just doing that non-specifically, we have diminished people's like pain syndromes somewhat in the moment, you know. Definitely moving them in the right direction. It might not alleviate it completely, but it makes it easier to treat. Like it makes it easier to treat, and the body tends to respond better to whatever treatment you're putting in place.
Thank you. That was very helpful.
I've been practicing daily a variety of techniques from the Angels class, the 7 steps to immunity and 3 brains. And recently, shame is the emotion that has started coming up. During the abandonment work, it came up extremely strong around the solar plexus, with the solar plexus work. Will repeating this clear that up, or is there a better area to focus on? It feels like I feel it most strongly around the front heart chakra whenever it comes up.
Yeah, the shame actually is one of the things we're working in the weekend next weekend, just because I mean it's there for all of us. You know, it's just to what degree. Let me see what the pattern is. Yeah, you nailed it. Shins, the chest, and the back head. You guys want to do that right now? Or is that too much?
I
How much, is there a lot of questions or no? Okay, so somebody brought up the shame thing, and we'll just do a little short version of it, and then this person can also see. So no oils needed. Like next week we'll be doing a more advanced version of this, both for the abandonment and for shame and guilt and worry. Yeah, I think I never have worry, and whenever I do worry, it knocks me out. Like knocks me out. I'm not a worrier, but it's still somewhere in the brain, you know. Like worry is another way of saying anticipation. Like it's part of the logical mind, and you know, when I was young, I was born with quite the monkey mind. But so just close your eyes, put your awareness on your shins again. Your awareness is on the shins. Now move your awareness to your chest, your whole chest area. And then the back of the head, the backside of your skull. And down to your chest. Inhale, moving your head up. Exhale, down. Inhale, 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 up. Down. Up. Down. Just be still. Again, your awareness is on the shins. Your awareness is on the chest. And then your back head. And then just let go. Chin down to your chest. Inhale, moving your head up. Exhale, down. Inhale, up. Exhale, down. Inhale, up. Exhale, down. Up. Down. Just be still. Where do you feel it in your body? Your awareness is on the low back. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on your back heart between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the top of your head. Just let go. And so check in to see how do you feel. How's that make you feel? Yeah, really nice. Yeah. Like Here's the thing, like the things with like shame or guilt, like this person was able to identify it. Most times we wouldn't identify it. We wouldn't identify it until you go through and you release it, and then you go, there was probably a little bit of guilt there. There was a little bit of shame, or there was a little bit of, abandonment going on, or maybe I was a little bit more angry than I thought, because they just have been there for a while. They have been residing in the body for a while, and it's not that you identify with them, you just got used to it, and it just is what it feels like. And so the person who identified the shame, like either they can unmute or type in, but how did they do? Mm. Yeah, I would say all these things reduce the tendency of being triggered by things in the environment. Like the abandonment and the shame and the worry and the anger and
They said it feels great. It's like it's completely gone.
yeah. But this is what I'd say about that. It feels like it's completely gone. But if you did it again for the next 3 days, you'd go, okay, but now it's gone. And then the third day you go, okay, but now really, really it's gone. Like you feel better than you did, but it doesn't mean that there's not more that you could treat. It's just it's shifted because it's being released and released isn't even the right word. It's almost like it's just been turned off, but you can keep taking it to a deeper and deeper degree, right? And you can tell it just feels nice, it feels peaceful, it feels soothing. The opposite of being triggered is being soothed, and like it keeps going to this deeper level of soothing, and eventually when you work these compounds like this, it produces divine love. It produces this deep sense of well-being, the ability to experience divine love rather than just human love, and it produces like a kind of like providence or stability in one's life.
They said,
Yeah.
I'm planning on doing it over
Yeah.
and over.
Yeah.
And for others, can they share as well?
Yeah. I'm just curious about that one.
Mhm, mhm.
Yeah, by the way.
Or you can ask questions too, guys. I made it so you can unmute yourself. I had a share I thought was interesting was after we did the process, I just went to an experience where I had felt shame and I could actually like feel it for the first, like I was like the child again, as opposed to always like being that outward experience where I was like hovering above it. It was like I actually like could hold it or something.
Nice.
Could really hold that shame. It was really nice. No, but it was very interesting. Right on the forefront.
No experiences or anything?
Not that anyone's typing in.
Okay. We should give them a break, but we're almost at the end of the day.
Super quick break. I don't know. We could just keep pushing forward.
Yeah. How about this? If like we take a break, it's just gonna eat up the rest of the day. So we'll just start to taste a little bit of what we're gonna start the day with tomorrow. So I gave them choices from her. I can't remember what it is. So we're going to the bottom of page 1, and it's myrrh, but I think I gave you guys some other choices. Oh yeah, it was pretty straightforward. It was myrrh. Does everybody have myrrh? Yeah. If you don't have myrrh, try galbanum. I mean, it's a B choice here, but it still will get you in the ballpark. And let's just see if they even have. Okay, so you're pulling out myrrh. And begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. We'll talk about tomorrow what we're doing here, but at least just have the experience right now. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Move your awareness to the front solar plexus, the area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And the back solar, the mid back area. About as good as galbanum. I think it's B minus joint. Even though they smell similar, they have different purposes. Your awareness is on your back solar. Let's just have you take a pause for a moment and be still. Okay, continue on that back solar plexus. Keep taking long, slow, deep breaths.